Now we got it working. Sorry about that. I had to do some troubleshooting. Oh boy. Normally I have some music playing in the background at this point, but I decided I'm not gonna use it right now. It makes it for a boring stream. But we're gonna continue off where we left off last night before I went to sleep. Same video, same spot, waiting for it to come up. So, worry about
Earn our first plat.
fight. I didn't get that started, but yeah, that's what we're doing. Ah, eh, okay. Up. All right. Done. Got that up. Let's go. Either Buster. Go. Like. I missed music. It makes it go by so much faster. Turn down the time on But oh well. Mm, wait, time to run. Look, up. Oh, much love to. I thought. I don't. Whatever. That means I gotta download. That means I just close that. Worry about it. Like it failed. If I might as well start recording myself. Didn't want to, but I probably will. Calibrate Wolf again as you. That I got to. Awesome. Okay, and like I said, we're gonna continue off where we left off yesterday. when I fell asleep, that's the only reason I got off. And go.
Black. That's the only contribution we ask from you, man. Add your grain of sand to the movement. Share your experience in the comments for any man who might need it. And without further ado, let's get started.
So I'm divorced and remarried, and I got married really quick the second time. I'm talking like engaged and married within a few months. And someone...
Welcome to The Wall. In today's video, we will discuss how divorced women over 30 struggle to find a suitor for a relationship, how difficult dating is nowadays, and why men let them hit the wall. We want to invite you to smash that like button and help us reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year to earn our first plaque. That's the only contribution we ask from you, man. Add your grain of sand to the movement. Share your experience in the comments for any man who might need it. And without further ado, let's get started.
So I'm divorced and remarried, and I got married really quick the second time. I'm talking like engaged and married within a few months. And someone recently asked me, how did I know my husband was the right person for me, especially after all I had been through? And I found what I wrote, and I just feel like you need to save this and write it down in your manifesting journal. Okay, I wrote, this man pursued me so intentionally, it melted away any insecurities because he showed me I was more important than relationship games. He adored me so much that I never had room to question if I was good enough. He respected me so well that I never questioned my worth with him. He was so wonderful to me that it made me want to be my very best self for him. And then I finish it off with, what made me fall in love with him as an adult so quickly without too much questioning anything was the way he made me feel about myself with his actions. Note that I didn't say how he made me feel in general. Any fuckboy can make you feel giddy and excited. It's how his actions made me feel about myself as an individual. Anyways, I wrote this about 2 years ago when we had been married 4 years, and now we've been married 6.5 years, and I still feel the exact same way about him. So go back and rewatch my video, write down everything that I wrote about my husband, and put it in your journal, because every girl deserves a guy like that. And they're out there, I promise. You just gotta dig for them. Dig and dig and dig, but they're there. I'm Monica. I share my mistakes in love and life, so you don't have to make them. Okay, love you, bye.
Forget about manifestations and all that nonsense. Anyone who believes in that will end up single. The first thing is that you didn't find the perfect man. You quickly found your rebound relationship. When a woman divorces, she meets someone after a few months and gets engaged right away, especially when it comes to getting remarried. This man was either there from the moment she started thinking about divorce, or she panicked because of her age and found a beta provider who would do anything for her, deciding not to let him go. Remember, women like to secure their financial future, and who better for this than the beta provider? She made a mistake with the first one. She won't with the second. Remember, women are very aware of their age. They know when time is running out. But they also know that the higher their beauty, the better the candidates. This man was probably a good candidate, especially economically. If the first marriage was for love, the second will be for security.
This one here is for all my girlies over 30. Recently, I came across this YouTube video of a young man, and he had a bunch of men on his live and while he was recording. And my conclusion of the 3-hour-long video is that men nowadays, no matter how old they are, they're only interested in girls between the ages of 18 and 25. Now you tell me now, where does that left we? Where are we over 30 and 41 left? Now, me not have to worry about it, because me well married for 22 years. But life takes its twists and turns. So does it mean that once you turn 30, 25, that's it fair? No man no want you again? Una let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. Much love.
Yeah.
Women like to confuse their personal value with their value in the dating market. Why do men prefer younger women? Typically, they have less sexual experience and tend to be more optimistic and lovers of life. Many are not interested in settling down. They just want to have fun. Many are not single mothers or desperately searching for a ring. Some don't want to have children and just want to enjoy life. If it's for commitment, these are women who, if they want to have kids, you might be the first. They are more fertile, young, and beautiful. Most importantly, dating doesn't feel like a job interview. So tell me, how can a man not be attracted to a younger woman if you've hit the wall? The wall is unforgiving.
The way our generation dates is wild. I mean, firstly, there are a million dating apps, which is not a bad thing because I know beautiful stories and a lot of stories where people get married off of meeting each other on a dating app. But you're basically swiping left or swiping right, depending on how much you find that person physically attractive and vice versa, right? So that's interesting to me. But people are really out here full on dating. I mean, they're on their 10th date, they're traveling together, they're having sex, they're making plans for the future. And then they get the ick about something and they're like, thank you, bye. Ghosted. We're done here. Like, we literally took Ariana Grande's song, Thank You, Next. Literally. I don't like the way that you smile. Thank you, next. I don't like the way that you chew. Next. I don't like the way that you walk in little slippers. Thank you, next. Like, it's crazy because there's a million options, right? So no one is finding stability in dating. They're like, oh, wow, if we disagree on something and you're giving me the ick on this, why would I stay when I have a million other choices and a million other swipe right, swipe lefts that I can have and do? My peers, my friends are going through so much hardship in dating, and it is not just a one person issue. It's, communication goes both ways and dating goes both ways. But like, you don't think the people that are truly in happy like marriages didn't fight, or that they don't have icks about one another? Like, I look at my relationship of 2.5 years with my partner and I think about the amount of good arguments we had to have this beautiful foundation, right? Like, there was one point where I was like, wow, we really can't see eye to eye. Like, you don't believe what I believe and this is clashing. So how do we figure out a way to meet in the middle? And there's just no more middle in dating in our generation anymore. There's no more finding the middle. And so, I don't know, I just needed to rant a little bit because it's a little scary. Like, we wonder why divorce rates are super high. We wonder why the marriage rate is super low. We wonder why people aren't getting married or having children. And it's like,
stop it. Get some help.
In these times, when you can connect with the world with just one click, people are preferring less contact. Women, in particular, are getting more attention than they've ever had in their lives. That's why you see women who are a 4 thinking they're a 7, because there's a huge number of simps giving them attention. Almost 60% of men are invisible to women. A woman, if she wants, can go out with up to 10 guys or more in a month. How could she make an effort to get to know someone when, after finishing a date with you, there's already a better suitor waiting? But here's the catch. A man can go out with 10 women if he is a man of value who has done things right, and it's possible 9 of them want something serious with him. A woman goes out with 10 men, and it's very likely that all 10 want to be intimate with her but not offer a relationship. Remember, for a woman to sleep with a man, she must make an emotional investment. A man is quite the opposite. If it's being offered to him, of course, he will take it. That's why a man, after being intimate, looks for qualities in a woman for a relationship. A woman, to avoid being deceived, looks for the qualities of a relationship before being intimate because, after making her emotional investment, she wants commitment, not just increasing her body count.
If you start dating after narcissistic abuse, here's a couple of tips of things you should think about practicing. Number 1, don't start dating until the love bomber is long gone in the rearview mirror, because you'll be going on dates comparing them to a fantasy. The love bomber was an idolized version of your perfect partner. You'll be seeking that and comparing that in other people, and that just doesn't exist. So take some time to detach away from any meaning or thought you have about who the love bomber was. Number 2, learn how to validate yourself. Don't go into relationships seeking for external validation. Learn to be okay in your own skin. You should be having no negative self-talk if you can really healthy validate yourself. Get to know yourself. You validate yourself when you really get to know who you are. 3, remove any self-doubt you have about who you really are, so that no one can come in and tear you down about any parts of you because you really own those parts of you. 4, make sure you have healed the parts of you that are afraid to have boundaries. Most of the time, if we don't have boundaries, that's because we have parts of us that are afraid that we'll be abandoned or won't have attachment. And finally, rebuild yourself. Your sense of self is completely stripped when you're with a narcissist. You have to spend some time getting to know yourself. Oh, and one more thing. Create a space of peace for yourself. Live alone, loving life independently, so that if it ever goes awry in a relationship, you're not too afraid to let it go. because you've created a space of peace for yourself and you'll never live not in peace again. Stay strong. You've got this.
Do you know why dating divorced women tends to go wrong? It's because of timing. If the divorce took a year and she started dating afterward, the relationship with this woman might be good. But if it's a short time, like the first girl, then watch out. Man, you might be getting used as her rebound. This happens to many men who date single mothers, especially when the baby is not even a year old. They date her while the dad is still in close contact, and she's still in that couple dynamic. She looks for you as a temporary replacement. Then she realizes you're a new man with different habits and a different relationship dynamic. That's when she goes back to the bad habits she probably had with her ex, sabotages the relationship, or leaves you to return to her ex. Almost always, this happens after she has taken some money from you or made you pay off some debts or spend on her baby. For reasons like this, we always say the past matters. If it hasn't been long since it ended, you'll just be the rebound.
I'm going to give you 3 tips for dating after divorce. What to do to get back in the game. All right, tip 1, hell, I may give you more than 3 today, who knows. Tip 1 that comes to my mind is don't be fearful. That's number 1, okay? Because mindset is everything. And if you're afraid, then that's going to translate to absolutely everything you do. And if you're afraid to get on the dating apps or afraid to go out and meet people, it's going to be just obvious in your vibe and energy. So, number 2, and this is some good advice I'm going to give you here. Have your story set. Have some go-to answers for when that person is going to ask you questions, because there are natural dating questions that are going to come up. Like, how long have you been divorced? Have you dated much? Do you and the ex get along? What's the custody arrangement? Why did you get divorced? And if you don't want to talk about those things, then have a set answer so that you briefly answer. They don't deserve to know everything. They don't deserve, even if they ask, they don't deserve to know everything until you know if you really, really like them. So if you had a really hard, shitty divorce and you were married to a psycho, you are not going to say that. You're going to say, well, the divorce took a little longer than we'd hoped, but it's done and we've both moved on. Learned a lot during the marriage, grew apart. Those are very easy go-to things. And then you have a thing where you're already ready to change the subject. So tell me about you. What's the best restaurant you've been to lately? Just come up with something. So have things at the ready so that you're not caught off guard. All right, hang on. When getting back in the game, you want to make sure that you are picking partners that are appropriate for you. All right. So just remember, if they're fit, they want somebody fit. Usually if they have kids at home, you'd be a better match. If you have kids at home, if you're an empty nester, you want to find an empty nester, want to find somebody who looks like they're realistic for you, for your lifestyle. You don't want to pick anybody that is super inappropriately young or looks like they have a party lifestyle if that is not your lifestyle. So be realistic. Oh, I'm going to give you another one. What the hell? All right. Make sure that you treat dating not like a chore, like it's fun, because you get the opportunity to now meet new people. So now your possibilities are endless. So your glass is not half empty. Your glass is half full. So when you go out on dates, do not be the sad sack that's down in the dumps. Who wants to date that person? No one. Okay. You will always want to, even if you have to plan it ahead of time, some things that you want to talk about that you find interesting, that you find fun, because you got to go on dates and be upbeat, happy, and looking forward to the future. Oh, I just thought about one other one. Hang on. I got one more for you. Last but not least, don't talk about your past. Do not get tricked into being pulled into a rabbit hole of talking about your past, talking about your ex, talking about your past life in the good old days. No, somebody dating you wants to talk about what the two of you might be able to do together in the future. So people want to date people who are optimistic and happy about the future, not stuck on the past. Okay. I hope it helps.
If you're dating a woman who has just come out of a divorce or a bad relationship, watch out for 2 things. First, If she talks a lot about her ex, it's a red flag. It's a sign she hasn't gotten over him, or that Chad was the man she loved the most. The second thing is her behavior after the divorce. If she tells you she's been going out a lot, distracting herself, or bad-mouthing her ex, making it seem like he was always at fault and she never did anything wrong, these are bad signs. She's someone who never takes responsibility for her actions and is trying to distract herself to avoid facing her problems. When they're like this, you end up with women who use you as a rebound. They only want you for the moment, which isn't bad if it's just for intimacy. The problem is when you see her as a long-term partner, because that's a recipe for disaster.
You son of a bitch. I told you.
What did he do now?
He don't listen to you. He don't listen to you.
Welcome to The Wall. In today's video, we'll be discussing things you need to avoid to have a healthy relationship. We'll look at how a so-called friend is trying to sabotage her friend's relationship out of pure envy, as well as advice from a man who shares what his biggest mistake was in his marriage. We want to invite you to smash that like button and help us reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year so we can get our first plaque. That's the only contribution we ask of you, man. Add your grain of sand to the movement. Share your experience in the comments for any man who might need it. And without further introduction, let's get started.
I've already said it and I'm gonna say it again. If you are in a relationship, be very careful whose advice you take. If you have a really good friend, but she is low value and you have a problem in your relationship and you tell her about it and she gives you advice, the chance of that advice being low value is like 90%, 95%. And if you take that low value advice, you might sabotage your own relationship even more. I've seen it happen so many times, and actually relationships or like the people breaking up because of advice that was taken from a low value friend. If you take advice because you have a relationship problem, make sure it's high value advice. So for example, if you and him have a fight and it's really not your fault, and you talk to your friend about it and she says, why don't you just apologize to him? Why don't you just reach out to him? That is low value advice that you should not be taken. And that's just a simple example.
I think the problematic friend here is you. In my opinion, it's not a good idea to discuss your relationship with single friends. I've seen this a lot with both men and women. Divorced women, party girls, single women, or those who like to cheat on their partners are terrible at giving advice. The same goes for both men and women. It's well known that a woman's worst enemy is another woman because women don't have friends. They have competition. A good friend will speak well of your husband and give you good advice, like what she called low-value advice. Why not apologize? Why not get closer? It's not bad advice. She sees the situation from the outside and can see that you're not in the right. But women often see this as a bad thing. What they want is for the friend to take their side, to tell them that their husband is wrong. All this does is turn a small disagreement into something that eventually breaks the relationship. Watch the next video. It explains this better.
My wife and I, we start dating, and all of a sudden, we start having fights. And after we fought, she would always come back a little bit weird. I'm like, huh, interesting. I said, so let me ask you a question. She said, what's that? I said, say we're married. She said, we have a terrible fight. Who are the 5 people you're going to call? So she gives me the names. I said, okay. I said, you call these 5 people, guess who they're going to defend? She said, who? I said, you. I said, let me tell you who my 5 are. My dad, Dudley, Bill, and I gave the 5 minutes. I said, if I call these guys, guess who they're defending? You. I said, in order for marriage to work, the 5 people I call when I'm pissed off, they have to defend you. And the 5 people you call, they have to defend who? Me. Wow. Which family should have said what? Listen, guys, you guys go make it work. That man works hard. That man's hey, look at your wife. She cooks. She takes care of the kids.
Things bigger than
exactly.
Yeah, they give you context.
Yes, so that was the one thing. And then she went and got their 5 and said, okay, now I'm comfortable.
I hope that when Michaela finally meets David, she'll just change her mind about him and just realize that David and I are made for each other.
So I've heard a lot about you, David. How have you liked being here so far?
I've been having a great time with Evelyn's family. You were friends with Evelyn for a long time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
The second Michaela showed up, I think David kind of shut down, or at least put up some kind of barrier, some kind of wall that he was obviously expecting her to be cold.
I did hear that you weren't really a big fan of me coming.
Not exactly. There's your age for one. 8.5 years is substantial, especially with Evelyn only being 18 years old.
I just feel like you could trust my judgment.
I trust your judgment, Evelyn, but I don't know David, so I can't like someone I don't even know.
Why? So this is David's welcome party. Did you just come to like judge him and size him up?
No, I came because you invited me to come. And
I want you guys to be friends. Or at least like each other.
I'm happy you're here. It makes Evelyn happy. But because I don't know you individually, I like to wait for me to see how I view someone's character before I'm automatically good friends with them.
I don't want this to cause problems for us. And if you don't like David, then you're disrespecting me.
Michaela seems to have an attitude towards me. It's my welcome party when like everyone is happy about me being here. She bringing her concerns up. I was a little bit disappointed. I haven't given you any reason to dislike me. So far, I felt welcome by everyone except you.
I'm just hesitant with how fast things are going. You're not really financially ready for all of it yet. Finances are a big thing.
Are you dating someone currently?
I am not.
Okay. It's just like you sound like someone who's not dating anyone.
David was definitely a little aggressive, and he made the comment about me being single, and that really upset me. I just want to make sure she's happy, and if that's with David, that's great. But I want them to, instead of just brushing me off, to really actually think about what I'm saying, instead of just not caring my opinion.
Stop talking about your relationship to other people. When you get married, form a two-handed circle. Don't let nobody else in that circle, because if you let your mama in, she gonna mess it up. You can't let your friends in, they gonna mess it up. Form a two-handed circle, don't let nobody in it.
Did you see what I was talking about? The single friend wanting the other friend to be in the same situation as her. Why? Out of envy. Seeing that one friend already has a relationship that she hasn't been able to break, and now the other friend who was in the same situation has found a partner, she clearly feels it will be even more obvious that she's the single one in the group. What is she doing? Sabotaging the new relationship. Women don't have friends. They have competition. In most cases, that so-called friend is just envious. Analyze your friends. Not all of them have good intentions. That's why I don't support speaking badly about your partner with friends. If you need advice, go to the person with the happiest marriage you know. They might have gone through what you're experiencing and will give you good advice. But avoid going to your mother, sister, or cousins. Never damage the image of your woman in the eyes of your family or friends, because in a moment of anger, you and she might forgive each other, but your family might never forgive her or might hold ill will against her. This applies to both genders.
Want to stop fighting with your partner all the time? Then you have to start doing this one thing that I do in my marriage. And this is also what I teach all my clients how to do in their marriages. And if you can start doing this, you will eliminate the fighting in your marriage. Hi, I'm Kelly. I'm an RLT marriage coach, and I've been working with couples and individuals with my husband, Ned, for over 10 years. This one thing that you can start practicing today that will eliminate the fighting in your marriage is don't talk. Just keep your mouth closed when you are triggered. You've got to understand that any human being at any point in time can get activated and taken over by their nervous system. And when that's the case, it can say things that are mean or hurtful. We all do it. And you'll know when you're activated, when you feel annoyed by your partner, when you're angry at them, when you feel hurt by them, and you'll hear that same story come up for you about them and how they annoy you and whatever way they annoy you. Know that you're triggered and that you're in fight or flight for whatever reason in moments like that, and keep your mouth shut until you are calm and regulated and can come from a mature place and have a mature conversation with your partner from the place of feeling grounded after you've done some work on yourself. Communication is necessary, absolutely, but not when you're activated. So try this out. Let us know how it goes. You can do this, and make sure to keep following us for more content on how to master yourself and master your marriage.
Oh my God! Wow!
You see, this is really good advice. I have a friend who, when an argument with his wife started to get heated, would walk 2 blocks away. When he came back, he would approach the conversation from a calmer perspective. He said that if he acted explosively in the moment, he might say something he would later regret. This is why men are often advised to read books on Stoicism. Stoicism teaches you discipline, teaches you how to deal with your problems, but most importantly, it teaches you how to remain calm in the worst situations. A masculine man is not reactive. Women are reactive. When they're angry, they yell, raise their voice, and won't stop talking. If you, as a man, start doing the same, you'll lose the battle and her respect. The best thing you can do is keep your mouth shut, let her say everything she needs to say, and then, firmly and calmly, give your opinion when she finally stops talking.
It was the greatest mistake I made in my marriage. And if you're doing this, man, I beg you to stop now. Never frame your wife. Never put her in a portrait that is negative around your kids and your buddies and your coworkers, especially women. Frame your wife the way you want her to be not only treated, but the way that you want her to become. Watch your marriage change. Follow for more.
What do you do if you have a partner that brings in other people's opinions into your relationship? You got to tell your partner to knock that shit off. There's nothing that pisses me off more than that. The relationship is between you and me, not me and 5 other people. I've been in situations where other people's opinions were always being put into the equation. Oh, well, this person said that. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. It's irrelevant to me what somebody else's opinion is of my relationship. And it should be the same for you. Like, stop talking to people. Stop talking to people. Stop getting people's opinions. They have no idea what's going on. Oh, well, my friend said blah, 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 blah. I've never even met them. What an ignorant idiot to think that. When somebody comes to me with a problem and they're talking about 2 people, I'm like, yeah, that's great, but I don't have both sides of the story. Like, dude, that's just common sense.
Absolutely. These are 2 very good pieces of advice. If you want to change your woman's behavior, treat her well in front of her friends, or your family. Say nice things about her. Give her compliments, and when she's with her friends, greet her with love. I bet this will bring many good things to your relationship. Remember, women are emotional beings. They make decisions based solely on how they feel. If you make your woman feel happy and others praise her, she'll return that to you. What the other man said is completely right. As I mentioned, sometimes a small problem keeps getting worse because either your woman or you are bringing outside opinions into your relationship. Not good opinions, but toxic advice from your single friend, or in the case of the woman, from her divorced mother or single friends who hate men. If you find yourself in a situation where you have to defend your girl in front of your friends or family, then you are in the most toxic place for your relationship.
Don't shoot the messenger, but let me explain why opposite-sex friends are a catalyst for marital breakdown. One of the reasons people advocate for opposite-sex friends when they're married to an opposite-sex spouse is because they're not properly integrated. Integration means, very quickly, being self-aware and accepting oneself, bringing in all the subconscious and darker parts of you into your consciousness and making peace with them, being your whole, authentic, but best self. So when you're not integrated, you compartmentalize your personality. These people haven't fully surrendered themselves to their spouse, whether they're also not fully surrendering to themselves and therefore they cannot surrender to their spouse, or maybe they just choose not to. They're denying and suppressing aspects of their identity because they don't fit the narrative of the marriage. Basically, they're playing a role. Now, maybe this role is a big part of them, but if you cut a core part of yourself out of the equation, you're going to suffer psychologically, and your marriage is going to stagnate or even deteriorate. Here's how you can tell if this is happening to you. If you get to express an alternative side of yourself with your opposite sex friend that feels refreshingly freeing, this is a telltale sign of a lack of integration and a deficit in the secure attachment with your spouse. Even if from the outside it looks like you have a great marriage, and maybe you do have a good marriage, but it's incomplete. And this will wear on you. You see, it's not always the friend that creates the friction. It's what they represent and bring out of you, your shadow side. Worst case scenario, this is a symptom of poor compatibility because you didn't do a good job of vetting, or you consciously chose to force it because you were so invested in making it work.
If this is the case, it is very hard to make it work because you have to deconstruct the marriage and build it back up like two different people and see if you can find a way to meet in the middle and get on the same page. But it is possible. Now, if you want to ensure that you vet for your future spouse and your ideal relationship properly so that this does not happen to you, you need to get my ebook, The Vetting System. Link is in my bio.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
I don't know what people are smoking in the morning, but it must be strong. What this woman is saying is just that some friends encourage your bad behavior and others don't. When you have a partner, you owe them respect, which means you have to sacrifice certain things for your relationship. Sometimes this includes time with certain friends. Having friends of the opposite sex isn't bad. The problem is what kind of friend they are. When a man has a woman as a friend, if he truly sees her that way, he treats her simply as a friend. He won't pay for things for her, won't be doing all sorts of favors, and doesn't have any responsibility toward her other than being a friend. Now, if your woman says she has male friends, but you notice these guys are acting like simps, they have romantic intentions. Those are not her friends. They are just guys stuck in the friend zone, waiting for you to make a wrong move so they can take your woman. That's why I always say to pay attention to behavior. If your woman has a male friend who is married or in a stable relationship, then he's likely just a friend and sees her that way. But if it's a guy who's constantly texting your woman, paying for everything, inviting her to trips and expensive restaurants, he's not a friend. He's your competition. He's the guy your woman sees as a backup plan. This also applies to relatives who suddenly appear out of nowhere, like the so-called cousin. We've reached the end of the video, but before we go, the questions are for you. Has a third person, a friend of your wife, ever spoken badly about your marriage? Have you ever had problems because someone else tried to ruin your relationship? If you enjoyed the video, make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell. Your support means the world to us and motivates us to create more content. Stay tuned for the next exciting video from The Wall.
Okay. That was Wall. Alright. Oh. Yep. Yeah, it did. So, apparently it changed on me. Just hit refresh for it. Alright. Hold on, let's open this in a thing.
If you take away Mufasa, Disney's actually had a pretty good year at the box office. They didn't release very many films, but the ones they did release, obviously outside of Mufasa, though Mufasa could still make money thanks to the international market. It could actually still make some money. We'll see what happens. There's going to be a big drop-off next weekend, I'm sure, but even if it doesn't, you have Deadpool and Wolverine made a ton of money. Inside Out 2 made a ton of money. Moana 2 made a ton of money. What do all of those movies have in common? There's no controversy surrounding any of them. They just put them out, and people came and watched them. Now, they've actually, it looks like, been trying to chase the wind because they know which way it's blowing. Families don't want lectures. They don't want stuff that they haven't talked to their kids about yet. And they don't want Disney to be the people who decide what kids should and shouldn't know about. So they put a statement out not that long ago saying they pulled a trans storyline from Pixar's Win or Lose streaming service. Said, amazingly, that we understand that parents should be the ones to talk to their children about these kinds of things. So they removed it. And this, of course, brought in plenty of outrage, mostly from the journalists. They all put out articles, how dare Disney do this? And then quickly back down because Disney is their king. So they quickly back down. and said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Disney, sir," and licked that boot. But the extensive fan base, the massive fan base that they've been trying to get these Disney adults, non-binary, they, them, they have decided they're going to take Disney down. They're going to take Disney down. They've had enough of Disney. Disney is going to learn. They're going to learn what they're missing from. So they started a petition. Said, that's it, Disney. We're going to stop. You're going to show you what you've been missing. You think you're making $1 billion now. Wait till this petition circulates. It's going to stop you. And it only got 6,921 signatures.
You serious?
Very serious. Massive backlash hitting Disney. What will they do without those 7,000 people? Because we're rounding up. What will they do without those 7,000 people? Oh, no. Well, they'll just go and make $1 billion. Get Disney Plus subscriptions. So a lot of people have been saying this for a long time. Chasing like these kind of like woke themes. They're not going to bring anybody in. In fact, you're going to lose money, especially on a family product. That was it's just a stupid decision. And this isn't the only thing they pulled. There was some Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur episode that had some stuff in it. They pulled that, though I guess somebody got mad and leaked it on YouTube. I'm almost positive Disney's probably copyright claiming the shit out of that one. But it just shows you the audience was never there. The same thing happened with The Acolyte. If you remember, The Acolyte had a petition, and it also had a pathetic response. And we were all told, when The Acolyte was bombing and they were attacking the audience, that there was more people interested in The Acolyte than there wasn't. There was more of them than you. And then they started that petition and nobody signed it. In fact, it was quite pathetic, showing that everybody was right. Even recently, an exec came out and said nobody watched the show. That's why there's going to be no second season. Very, very sad indeed for Disney. Sad day indeed. I believe we got some video responses that we can watch here. Let's check it out.
My life is more rewarding by the trans and non-binary people within it. I've known them for so long and seen them grow and flourish and be more positive, happy people. And representation is important for the next generation to know that they're wanted too.
What Disney is doing is completely evil and soulless, and the anti-wokes are no different from them. They are just as evil and soulless and shameless as Disney is. They just don't want trans to exist at all.
Now, Disney never cared, by the way. I want to make sure that I point that out. They never cared. That time and time again, they would show how much they cared. Like in Rise of Skywalker, when they had a kiss between two women. It was literally a blink and you would miss it moment. And guess what? When it came to putting that out in other countries, they quickly pulled it. Said, okay, we'll just delete that scene. We'll just delete it. And it was funny. There was no pushback. Nobody got mad about it. It's like, well, at least America's watching it. Showing you the hypocrisy of the whole thing anyway. Merry Christmas. We're very excited. We're almost to 7K. Ah, yes, 7K. Truly, Disney will see the error of their ways. Chase those 20s of dollars and truly fall to their knees, set aside the billions that they want to make and say, well, we're okay with this audience that just pirates shit, never shows up for anything. We're just going to take it all back. We're going to go back to the way things were at the height of everything in 2020. We have learned the error of our ways. We're going to restore it all. It's all coming back. 7,000 people, we're sorry. You've really taught us a lesson. Truly, a lesson has been learned here, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, Merry Christmas. Let me know what everybody thinks about all of this. I'd like to hear from you in the comments below, if you would. Also, please like and subscribe. Share the video. Hit that notification bell. And we will see you on the next one. Peace. Peace. Make sure to check out my locals. There's a link in the description. It's a fun community that I'm trying to build over here. If you don't want to support me on YouTube.
Okay, yeah. Oh. Got more. Hit the follow. It's not like I'm going to. As long as follow and stuff, it's a problem. They don't like my. Go there, somewhere else. That's following whoever. Stuff like that. Cool. Cool. Fresh. New. Alright. Back here. So that was Disney. It's over. If I remember correctly. I'm not gonna. Or Rachel Zegler. This is how I like you see it all the time where people badmouth somebody, they they say this, that, and the other thing. Most of the time it's not a big deal. Right now, it's definitely not a big deal. Yeah. I'm gonna take a quick break and ask my wife if she can make a cup of coffee because I've been doing this for an hour and the water I drank is already empty. So I have to grab something to drink. Right back. Okay. Back. Sorry about that.
Now, there's no question about it that 2024 was full of box office failures and terrible films out there, quite frankly, by multiple studios, especially, of course, from the Walt Disney Company, via Bob Iger, the Disney CEO, and what looms for 2025 is going to be quite interesting about what's actually going on right now with Snow White, the live-action remake, and the ongoing press tour disaster involving Rachel Zegler, who is the star of the film, if you even want to call her a star at this point. This is Mike Zero. Subscribe if you're new and like this video to see future updates. You can also follow me at Mike01. I thank you all so very much for the great and kind support. So we know one thing about Rachel Zegler is that she has been going on multiple rants about the overall response against this movie, of the overall backlash. Those that are fed up with DEI or anything to do with an agenda coming from Bob Iger, the Disney studio heads, of course, the executives, all of the people involved in this film, it is nothing more than their overall ideology being thrown into the Snow White storyline. And this is something, by the way, that Rachel Zegler fully supports and really got caught up in yet another rant toward the general public for really being opposed to this thing and really rejecting this thing outright and boycotting this movie. We know even a lot of Disney fans out there want nothing to do with Snow White 2025. So let's jump into this. Now, one thing about Rachel Zegler is that we know that she doesn't know when to quit, when to be quiet, when to, quite frankly, just shut up already, right? Now, we know that many of her films have been a box office disaster. We saw what happened with Y2K. We saw what happened with many others out there that she has been involved in, either as a supporting actress or the main actress. But one thing in particular is that this film is actually geared to be the biggest box office flop in Disney history. So let's jump into this. Now, with the Walt Disney Company already in a constant downward spiral after their issues with the marketing for Snow White 25, as well as the backlash towards Zegler, one major development that is now active involves Rachel Zegler striking back at the public in response to the backlash yet again, where she recently delivered the following. What really offends me is that this is a film fit for the modern woman that aims to inspire so many women in our country to stand up like a warrior, and that's what Snow White is all about in this one. We wanted to go with a different approach with not only her backstory, but why she is called Snow White. And there seems to be a large amount of both men and women that just don't understand basic common sense of what it means to be a true woman, especially in this film. Because in this film, the way we tell this story, it's not just a fictional tale. It is a lesson to how women should act in certain situations against society that they find themselves captured in. This is not your traditional Snow White film from 1937. We had to go with a new approach that was both balanced and fair, and especially respected diversity, equity, and inclusion, because to me that is the most important thing in the world. I think I wrongfully get criticism for defending that, because everyone likes to claim that this film holds some kind of an agenda.
That's because you changed it to an agenda-based film.
From me or from Disney, and that is nothing more than a big fat lie. Coming
You're an idiot.
From false narratives of a loud minority of critics that want to destroy the fun for others. This is a film...
Yeah, and you are destroying the fun for others.
...that I think is only for women in spirit, but I'm seeing all of these families boycotting this great piece of art, and it's so childish to act like that, and to act that way before you even know what this movie is about.
We know what the movie's about. You're the ones who changed the movie. Hello? You change something that is very popular and destroy it, and then you wonder why people are boycotting it?
This is why I find it to be very important that we get the word out there on what it means to be a woman, a courageous woman, who is willing to stand up and fight for society. DEI is not an agenda. I don't care what anyone out there says. If you claim that's an ideology of any kind, then I think you need to really look in the mirror to figure out what, of course, and how this actual world works. Because
I think you should take your own advice. Because it is an agenda and nobody wants it.
because diversity, equity, and inclusion is a normal concept.
It promotes more diversity than it does inclusion. Hello? It actually is tearing people more and more apart. Look into it. There's a study. It tears people apart. It doesn't include anybody, okay? It's more for, it promotes diversity, yes, but in the wrong way. It will, never mind. Just look up the study. It actually drives people apart more than it does for including people. It actually is more, it does the opposite of what it was supposed to do.
It's a basic function to create fairness and balance and to provide opportunities to everyone and all that want to be a part of a project for something like Snow White, as an example, that is just so embedded in pop culture.
It's not embedded in pop culture with your version. What you're doing is tearing it apart. So I don't give a fuck what you say anymore.
So guys, before we move on about what Rachel Zegler is just throwing out there, all the nonsense that she's actually saying, is that number one, she's saying that DEI is not an agenda. Alright, number one, that of course is a total lie coming from her. She wants to call people liars, she's lying through her mouth, because we know that diversity, equity, and inclusion, coming from not just Disney, but all of these major Hollywood studios, even many of course, organizations out there, many corporations in, the actual basic way of, functioning everyday jobs out there, they are using DEI as an agenda, as a way to just throw in their ideology into the workplace.
Yes, and a lot of workplaces are now getting rid of DEI because it is too diversive. It drives too much division into the workplace. Literally. It is driving people to look for stuff that's not there and make stuff up, which is race-based. Aren't we supposed to include the other races? Why are you making it so people wanna argue?
And they've been doing this, by the way, for well over 10 plus years now, and it only got worse to a new level, I would say, within the past, 3 years. So Rachel Zegler is, again, I think, going into complete damage control mode. She's trying to defend this movie, knowing that nobody is going to go ahead and see this. Sure, you're going to have some people that are going to support this garbage, but in reality, nobody with an actual mind of their own is going to give Rachel Zegler any of her time, or even giving Disney any of their money for a movie like this that disrespects not just the 1937 Disney classic, but the Brothers Grimm tale where it all really truly started. So again, I mean, like I've said before, Rachel Zegler really putting it out there that she does not even respect the families that want nothing to do with movies like this. Look, people have a overall decision of their own. They don't have to see movies if they don't want to see them. That's all that it boils down to, right? If people don't want to see a product because it looks really bad, then that's how it works. I don't think that she understands that. She's one to say that people don't get it. Well, she doesn't get it. Let's continue on. She goes on to conclude, we are just seeing a mixture of a lot of angry families, she says, and men that have no clue what they are even talking about when it boils down, like I said before, to the story of Snow White, she says. This is a story that will go down in history and will be an instant classic. I can almost guarantee many of the critics will line up to see me and would have instantly changed their rhetoric about a film like this that sets up the character in a new fashion.
That's stupid. If it was going to be an instant classic, you should have left it at the classic it was already at with just the modern upbeat, which was, hello, filmed with today's technology. Oh, wait, you did that. No agendas put in? Oh, did put agenda. Oh, you did change character from the original story. oh, you screwed up.
So that's the other thing that really, strikes people when it comes down to Rachel Zegler, is that she says things like that. When people come to see me, or people will come to see me, or even the critics are going to give their time of day to see me. She says stuff like that, like she's so egotistical, like she's so wrapped up in her own mind, so self-absorbed, which she is, by the way. And that's who she is. She's that insufferable. And I'm really shocked, I truly am, that Disney is just letting her go out there and say whatever about this film. I think, honestly, Disney knows it's game over for this movie, so they're just calling it quits and saying, all right, Rachel, we're going to take the leash off you and just let you do whatever you want to do at this point, because it's over to begin with. They know it, we know it, and I'm almost certain that Rachel knows it. She's just getting very bitter about it, and that's why she's acting the way that she's acting right now. But let's be honest, she always acted like this, even before the massive box office flops came into fruition. So I think that at the end of the day, this is going to be a very big deal breaker for Disney. This could potentially be the one movie where it may very well rattle enough toward the executives and saying, yeah, you know what, we might want to put the brakes on making live-action remakes based on the animated classics, especially ones with diversity, equity, and inclusion at the forefront. So overall, I would like to hear what everyone has to say about Zegler's overall behavior about Snow White and the backlash that comes with it. And if you guys did enjoy the content for today, make sure to drop a thumbs up on this video to support the channel, and I will catch you guys later.
Okay, how are you going to put someone who hates the story to begin with into the story? Into the character? Do that. I mean, yeah. That one doesn't look interesting. Oh, it's one of her. Yes, this one's good. Let's watch her.
Hey everybody, welcome back. These are some influencers that got caught and called out. All right, I didn't want to involve myself in this mess. However, I'm friends with Azzyland in real life, and I know her to be an absolute unicorn fairy of a human being. And it is my duty as a friend to speak to her character and come to her defense.
I had done a diva cosplay and it went viral on Reddit Gaming, and then a month later I posted it again on the same day that month. She posted a diva cosplay, completely coincidental. I don't think she knew me. I didn't know her, but because I'd gone viral and she was already viral, people started tagging me in her comments saying, "Oh my God, you and Azzyland should collab, you guys," because we both posted the same day. So then I go to my ex at the time and I was like, oh my God, like everybody's tagging me in this girl's page. She seems really cool. She likes gaming. Like I could have another gamer friend. And he's like, that's Sniper Wolf. She's not going to want to collab with you. She hates women. And I was like, you're being a hater. Like, don't believe everything you see on the internet. Like, I was defending her. And then, lo and behold, later on Twitter, she's like, don't compare me to girls who Photoshop their butts and their boobs and their waist to my photos, or I don't know, something like that. That's like the whole thing with her. It's like she always wants to prove that she's real and someone else is fake. And it's like, can't we just all be real?
Yeah.
She's so cute. Like, I can't, like, look at her and not smile. She's such a cute person in real life as well. So, for those that don't know, over the last few years, there's been very much a one-sided feud in which Sniper Wolf has called out Azzyland for quote-unquote copying.
Always be yourself, unless you suck. Then pretend to be somebody else. And that's on Azzyland.
In actuality, it kind of seems like it might be the other way around.
Let's go back to the original tweet of Azzy pointing out a coincidental thumbnail in 2017.
She tried calling me out on Twitter saying I copied her thumbnail.
Tactical nuke incoming! Imitation is the biggest form of flattery, but what happens when it's done over 40 times? In some instances, Sniper would use the same exact video title that Azzy would use, copying videos that were years older to weeks older to months older to, and sometimes days older. It's like Sniper Wolf went to Azzy's page, clicked on her most popular videos, looked at the thumbnails, and see which one she could recreate using the same type of video. And we can't blame her husband because her court filing says he pretty much didn't do anything after 2016.
That's the dealio. Azzy recently did a video with Nerd City in which she called out Sniper Wolf for essentially doing the exact thing that Sniper Wolf was accusing her of doing. Now, the difference is Leah has weaponized her fan base to call out Azzy for quote unquote copying, and Azzy has been relentlessly bullied over it online for years while she's kept mostly silent. This whole thing should have never existed, especially because we are reaction channels, babes. We react to other people's original content. You cannot take ownership of the content that you react to and say that it's your original idea. You just can't. Reaction content wouldn't exist if it weren't for the wonderful creators that we feature in our videos. So all of this being said, obviously, I'm biased. I love Azzy. She's a good friend of mine. She's the type of person to lift other people up, especially women. She believed in me when I first started, and I probably wouldn't be making the content that I'm making if it weren't for her. So go watch Nerd City's video for all of the context, and go show Azzyland some love because she really needs it. Now we are going to move on. I won't say another thing about it.
Have you seen the scandal of the Brazilian Ana Delvey? So I have been tagged in all kinds of videos trying to understand what's going on with this drama in Brazil because I'm Brazilian, I speak Portuguese, and there are all these videos about this guy who's supposedly a scammer in Portuguese, and people are trying to figure out what's going on. So since I report on all things luxury, I figured I'm gonna make a video explaining what's going on. In case you haven't heard, there is this Brazilian influencer who portrays a life of insane wealth. I'm not talking having a Chanel bag and a Louis Vuitton logo bag. I'm talking about photos with tons of different exotic Hermes bags, private jets, different Rolls Royce, traveling the world, the most insane suites, the outfits, designer head to toe. His name is João. The way he portrays himself is unlike anything I have seen before. And I thought he was a bit fishy because I know people that have a lot of money in real life, and even the ones that are most flamboyant kind of don't act the way he does. Made a name for himself, kind of showing off and rubbing gratuitous wealth in kind of a very strange way. And all of a sudden, people started to investigate his life, and also some people started to come forward with accounts of experiences with him, which are making him a complete scammer now. It's all supposedly, right? So he supposedly claimed that he was the son of an Arabian sheik, very, very rich royalty, comes from insane wealth. And people started digging into his past and found that he comes from very humble beginnings in Brazil.
Which is okay.
He even found the house that he lived and posted the house that he lived in Brazil. There's supposedly a photo circulating of him with his Arabian dad, and people found out that that photo was photoshopped.
No way.
Stock photo, so it's all
what?
Okay. People also started talking about being scammed by him, and what seems to happen is that his MO is he will approach people that are influencers, small influencers that are trying to make it in the influencer world, and he will approach them promising to connect them with big names in the luxury fashion industry. He claims to be friends with the CEO of Balenciaga. He says he's going to connect you with Chanel, take you to fashion shows, and he will ask them to pay for his trip and pay this insane consulting fee for him to do all of these things. I've watched a few videos of people coming forward, and they have receipts, you guys, okay, of their experience with him. This one girl used to make vlogs for Brazilian people showing how life is in Switzerland, in Zurich. He approached her. He called her and said, if you pay for my trip to come to Switzerland and you pay my fee of X thousand amount of dollars, I will take you to these fashion shows. I would connect you with these events. This other girl said the same thing. He approached her saying, I can take you to New York. I can connect you with all of these luxury places. And if you pay this X amount of fee, I will take you to a Chanel gala. She starts relating the whole experience with him in New York. She says they went to Cipriani, which is a very famous restaurant here in the US. She said that they ate at Cipriani, and when he created the TikTok video, he posted these videos that he stole from other people of all of these things that they never ordered when they went to Cipriani.
What?
And he posts the bill of their meal at like $2,900.
You posted the bill? You posted the goddamn bill? All right. Me personally, I've just always kind of learned that people that like to flaunt their wealth and like just look at all the money I have, look at all the designers I have. And they make that like literally their entire personality. I just feel like they're not really that rich. Like they just can't be, because the fact of the matter is there's...
The fact of the matter is they're cheating people. That's all they're doing. They're just cheating them out of their money.
There's such a thing as quiet luxury for a reason. Think about like really like rich billionaires, you know what I mean? Mark Zuckerberg, guy looks like he just wears the same fucking t-shirt every day. I feel like, you know, I've known rich people in real life, and they're not the type of people to like flaunt their wealth. They're just not.
She said that there was a complete lie. That was not their bill, that they actually spent $70 per person.
Oh, stop, really? The bill he posted was in Turkish. In New York, they got a bill in Turkish.
She also says that after that, they go to the Rolls-Royce dealership where they took a bunch of photos of themselves in Rolls-Royces, and she shows her photos and his. She says he took photos on all of these different cars, pretending that they were his car. She said,
wait, they're not?
So much. He steals footage from other people. He photoshops stuff from other people. She also says that he posted photos wearing her outfits. He borrowed her outfits, and then she showed the clothes, so receipts, okay, of him wearing her outfits. So in the middle of all this rigmarole in New York, the time comes for them to go to the Chanel Gala. He calls her, he leaves her a voice message, and she played all of the voice messages on her TikTok video, where he's saying, you know, he claims his mom was sick with cancer in the hospital for a while, and he was really down. And then the night that the Chanel Gala was supposed to happen, he tells her that his mom has passed away. And he couldn't go to the gala. But she said she got suspicious because before the gala, no problem that his mom was ill with cancer in the hospital. So she calls Chanel in New York, and Chanel tells her that there was no gala. There were no events happening whatsoever. And she realized it was all a farce. It was all a scam. And she even had the invite that he created for them for the Chanel Gala that she had paid for. This is the length that he's willing to go.
Wow. I just don't really understand why people pretend to be rich. Like, if you're pretending to be rich, you don't understand how much people hate rich people. Like, people hate rich people. Why would you want to be someone that everybody hates?
She also said that while they were in New York, they went to a Birkin appointment where he looked at all of these exotic Birkin bags.
How did he even get the appointment?
A complete lie about his life. She said that he made up that he came from this billionaire foreign family, showed stuff in his phone that was completely false. And then when the SA left the room, he made her take 1 million photos of him with all of those exotic Birkins, pretending he was actually shopping and that those bags were his. But I'm talking to my community on Instagram about this, and I said, I looked at the photo of the place he was at with all of the Birkins, and I was like, this is not an Hermes back room.
That's it. That's it. There it is. Okay, it's not an Hermes room. Okay, so for those that don't know, I don't know this because I've ever been invited. I'm not cool enough to be invited to Hermes. You can't look at an Hermes bag without an invitation, and I think that you need to spend like a crazy amount of money, like $100,000 or something just absolutely crazy before you even get invited to look at a Birkin. You don't get invited to look at these wonderful exotic ones. You get like kind of whatever they have in the store. I'm not really sure how they do it. So I'm just wondering, like, how the hell did he even get an invite if he wasn't rich? And it's because that's not Hermes. He's not actually at Hermes. Okay, got it.
Would never accept someone off the street and say, okay, I'm going to take you to my back room and show you all of our exotic bags. That would never happen. So it's very hard to scam with Hermes, right? One of my followers in my community said that what he showed, that place that he was at, is the Madison Avenue Couture showroom in New York. It's a resale place of luxury bags. And I was like, it had to be a resale place because Hermes would never.
That makes sense.
So she said that, you know, he's flexing all of these things that are really not his. Like, he will go to places and pretend that he owns the cars, that he's buying the bags, he borrows his clothes from people. And then she said that she posted a photo of herself and said that he gave her, you know, these accessories, gave her this Chanel belt. When she went back,
it's fake.
Found out that the Chanel belt was fake. And I believe it because, I mean, looking at the receipts, it's kind of hard to deny.
Gosh, that is great. I don't even know how to wrap my brain around that, to be honest. The only thing that I will just add on, and I've already said it, people really don't like rich people. The vast majority of people don't like rich people because, you know, the vast majority of rich people, you know, probably got there by stepping on a lot of people who aren't rich. Rich people don't like to flaunt the fact that they're rich. This whole concept of all the brands, the showiness, it's a very new money thing. It's like everybody's got something to prove. Look at me. Look how much money I have. Showing off all of your money only invites jealousy and hatred, and people are gonna rob you. Like, that's literally what it brings upon you.
Why do I talk different for what? When I for my videos, I'm the same human being. How do I talk? Guys, so today I got this mask. If you be your own kid. I got this. Is that what I say? Is that what I sound like? An Aussie? Let me show them what you guys are doing. They're doing apples. They look like humans.
Oh, that apple is yassified.
Oh, thanks. I'm so glad that my beauty products can be used. You sure you're really glad? Because you always say you're glad and you're mad. Well, I'm mad that you guys leave a mess like this. You guys are going to have to throw the whole kid away, okay?
Damn. Imagine being called out by your own child. Okay, but to be fair, I'm pretty sure that Kim Kardashian took a page out of, like, Paris Hilton's book with the whole voice thing. I think she learned through Paris Hilton that dumbing yourself down and having that, like, kind of quiet voice makes you popular, which is exactly why I am not popular. Have you guys ever seen this video of Kim Kardashian's real laugh? Hang on one second, let me see if I can find it. Oh my god, I'm about to expose Kim Kardashian real laugh. Oh my god, here it is. Listen to this.
Yeah. To me, a baby, you're stuck for life. Marriages come and go.
Yeah.
No offense, guys. Take it from me. And good luck at your wedding.
She sounds like her mom.
That's why hopefully there'll be just one more wedding for me. 4th time's a charm.
She sounds like Ursula. I actually really like that laugh. Like, I really enjoy that. I wish I could laugh like that, but I can't. I have to force it. I prefer that laugh. The Cruella, evil queen laugh, Kim Kardashian.
I recently walked through Michael Costello, but that's not me who he posted on.
What?
Michael's a big designer with 1.7 million followers. Editing my face and removing my race is completely disrespectful. He claims he casted me because he likes me, but I wasn't even on his official list. The only reason why I walked for him last minute was because a model was missing and I could fit into her dress. There's nothing he can do about the artist who sends him photos, so essentially he's blaming the photographer. I asked the photographer, he did not edit the photos that the designer posted. That makes sense because this is the photo he posted on his story. On call, he tells me that the designer has been deleting his messages on Instagram, unsending them, so it looks like the photographer has a one-sided conversation with the designer. A model close to Michael offered to ask him what happened. The model tells him that Michael says it's fan art. Michael has told 3 different people 3 different stories. He then removes my image without an apology, then posts AI art, and then shared profiles of AI models as if to imply that everyone's doing this so I shouldn't be angry or I am replaceable. I understand as a model I am replaceable, but I don't get paid to do these shows. While I don't get paid, there's tacit understanding
it's
that
for
I'm doing this
exposure.
for exposure and for photographs. By not using my face, he's taking advantage of models without the same influence as he does. This isn't the first time that Michael has done something like this. In this article by The Cut, Claire Lampin does a really good job explaining all the controversy he's gone into. You can get a taste of Michael's character by reading these article titles. Racist rumors, calling someone an N-word, body shaming, even harassment. But in the end, I'm just another disgruntled model that doesn't have much of a reach. Perhaps I'm making a mountain out of a molehill and this will ruin my modeling career. But I do believe this is something I should stand up for.
Girl, if you're not getting paid to do those shows, and granted, even if you are getting paid, I hear that runway shows don't actually pay a lot unless you're like Bella Hadid or Kendall Jenner. For like the average model to do a show, it's like a few $100. You know what I'm saying? Which might be a lot of money to some people, but when you're walking for these gigantic brands, it's not. It's definitely not a lot of money to these models, and they're also going to be retired by the time they're like 24. But you're doing these things for exposure, to get your name out there, to get your face out there. And he just went and like replaced her face with like AI and then posted a bunch of shit just to essentially say, oh, look, other people are posting AI artwork, so it's totally okay if I do it. It's not okay if you do it. Like, come on. Why did you cast her in your show if you didn't like her face? And for the record, she's got a gorgeous face. I prefer the original.
Photoshop and Vogue France cover with Victoria Beckham. I don't think there's any Photoshop on this because they left like a hair right here. And like,
oh yeah, it doesn't look.
Her neck and her chin kind of blend together. It looks totally natural. Here's a few Getty images for comparison. We can see that her neck, chin, and jaw look the exact same in real life as they do on that cover photo. And if we look at this image here, we can even see that she has like a similar hair. that matches up with the Vogue France cover image with the hair right there, and she also has a hair here, so she definitely has hair. Nothing spicy happening.
Definitely
here.
has hair.
Because we definitely live in a society that has no issues with women aging.
Oh God, I feel for her though. Like I do feel for her. The thing is like I look at this and I just look at someone who's just a little bit older, that's all. But like, I mean, how old is Victoria Beckham? Let's look it up. She's almost 50 years old. It's okay to age. Like it really, really, really is. And like, honestly, I sympathize with her. Like I do, because she probably feels like she has to do that in order to keep up with beauty standards, in order to maintain this like facade of like, I must be perfect. I must look perfect at all times. But I will say this, it seems like a lot more celebrities are embracing their age, are embracing what they look like without Photoshop, without filters, without makeup. I mean, did y'all see Pamela Anderson at like Paris Fashion Week? She went without makeup. And granted, I'm sure she's gotten like quite a bit of work done, but she's, you know, she's older and she went, didn't wear any makeup. She looks fabulous. I love to see it. I love her face. The beauty shines through because she's confident. As soon as you start hiding, people just accuse you of being fake. Better to be real and inspiring than fake, like you're hiding something. People are gonna find out. They're gonna know. They're gonna know that that's not what you look like.
This girl is getting called out after making a TikTok exposing Subway for giving her the wrong order. Noelle is a successful TikToker slash teacher with over 5 million followers. And after doing a review of her lunch that she got from Subway, she completely went in on them. She claims that her order was made incorrectly as she asked for no tomatoes or cucumbers, but there was both on the sandwich. And at first people were taking Noelle's side, but when she started to make a few TikToks about the situation, the employee who made the sandwich finally got involved. The employee claims that Noelle placed the order through the app, and she never asked for no tomatoes or cucumbers.
That's what was on the receipt. I know that's not what you usually order because you order a lot. Okay, so I usually have an idea of what you're ordering.
And for further proof, the employee shared the receipt of Noelle's order. As you can see, her name is on the top, and she asked for tomatoes and cucumbers. So as a result, people were quick to call out Noelle in the comments, saying things like Subway regulars are insane, as well as saying that she owes the employee an apology.
Period. Girl, we're lying about sandwiches now. We're making multiple videos about a sandwich. How are you not embarrassed? Those are some influences that got caught and called out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so as you can see, did I do this one already? Yeah, I did, right? Okay. And then we did the Rachel Zegler one. Yeah. Then this one. Which one? The wall or you know what? This guy has a great voice. I like his voice. So we'll open you in a tab.
I literally just got divorced.
Woman divorces her husband only to realize the grass wasn't greener. Okay, yeah. Yep. Okay, so yeah, I don't even know how to react to this. Because, for one, you're not going to know what's going on until later on. And when you immediately get it done, you have a shit ton of emotions. And the situation, don't know it. Not going to say anything about it because they got divorced. Why? Nobody knows. Anyway, I'm going to see about my coffee and I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
I'm done. I don't ever have to see him again. That was so hard. That was so painful. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't say hi. I couldn't say bye. I just walked away. The person that I loved the most in this entire world. The person I loved most in this entire world, you know? That was it.
Guys, imagine being the man in this situation, okay? Every single day, every single week of the year, there are men who are getting divorced because their wives thought, hey, I can do better. I can get his money. I can get alimony. Women are out here initiating 70 to 90% of the divorces, guys. And a lot of them, you know, they cry in their cars and they make TikTok videos about it. But women are the ones who are benefiting from these situations, and they like to paint themselves as the victim. But what is going on, guys? It is Taylor the Fiend back again. And on today's episode, I have a few ridiculous video clips for you here today. We are going to be returning to that woman who got...
Wow. I will just share it real quick. Good. I think I already went through this, so back to it. Playing this video. As you can see, I watched
divorced soon, but we're going to be kicking off today's episode with this woman right here who is 42 years of age, I believe, and she has returned to the dating market, guys. That is true. Yet another woman has been claimed by the streets. These videos are very sobering, guys. I have seen so many at this point in time, but it's just so ridiculous to continuously see, how common this crap is of women being unable to hold relationships together because they think that they can do better. And the men are the ones who end up suffering and having to pay these women money. It's absolutely disgusting. So we are going to be covering a few of these here today, guys, and we will be trying to translate the womanese. Don't forget to leave your thoughts and your comments, and let's jump in.
I am 42 years old. I am single. Again. It's okay. If you were watching this, maybe you were too. Or maybe you feel like you have started your life over so many times and it can feel really discouraging.
So just by the way, let's get something out of the way right off the bat, guys. When women say that they are starting their life over and over again, I just want to make it clear that oftentimes the women are the ones who are choosing to do this, okay? They are choosing to leave their boyfriends. They are choosing to leave their husbands because they think that the grass is greener on the other side. And also because I'm just going to be frank about it, man. A lot of these girls just are absolutely terrible at choosing men, right? The good men who would actually take care of them, provide for them, have a family with them, love them, want something long-term, will be loyal and won't cheat on them. These guys are too boring for them, right? Or he's not tall enough or not attractive enough. And so you get women who, even at 42 years of age, guys, still just can't seem to find a good man. It's ridiculous, okay? And she calls it discouraging, but again, they're actively doing this to themselves.
For so many times, and it can feel really discouraging. But it's important to know that your life is a story, and you write all these chapters. It's not a new book every time. It's a new chapter that's building off of the one before. And you have to think of it in that way.
If you bring that to your relationship, you are already doing yourself.
Is this
I don't know about you guys, but I have never once, I don't think, thought about my life as a book or a series of events in my life as a chapter. This is something that modern women do that just makes absolutely no sense to me. is they think that their life is some sort of fairy tale book thing. Okay, they don't actually have any logical goals or steps typically, other than, you know, hook up with a successful man. That way you can get him to pay for the house, right? There's no real actual tangible, you know, elements of reality in it. It's just, hey, your life is a story. It's about writing a chapter. Like, what the hell are we talking about here, man? Okay, bring it back to reality for a moment. Your life is not a fairy tale. It is not some story where you write chapters, okay? It just is. These girls like to get all really vague very quickly. And it just goes to show you why these women end up getting divorces, because you could have a situation, right, where a woman divorces her husband because, you know, because she felt like it, right, essentially. But then all of a sudden, her version of the events is something to do with stories and writing chapters and books and about how their life paths differentiated. Like, shut up. You left him because you were bored. You left him because you thought you could do better. You know, they just like to avoid accountability by using all of this nonsensical language designed to confuse men and make people think that they're the victim.
Before, and you have to think of it in that way. Is this the story that I visioned for myself? Is this a story that I would want to read? Is this a story that I would want for someone that I love? Or
this is such a weird metric to you know, envision your life, guys. Like, oh, do I want to read the story of my life? Like, what the hell is this? I'm not trying to write a book about my life, man. A lot of people are just trying to get through the day. They're trying to do what is necessary to move on. But these women are out here like, yeah, I need to design my life in a way that it needs to be read. Like, what the hell?
That I would want to read. Is this a story that I would want for someone that I love? Or is this just a book with a few weird chapters because I got stuck on them and I couldn't keep writing? Life got a little weird for me for a while, and about, I don't know, a week and a half ago, I decided to come to Bali and do my 200-hour yoga teacher training. I made the decision 3 or 4 days before I came.
Ah, yes, guys. Nothing quite says good life decisions like making big financial and time commitments 3 to 4 days prior. Am I right? But hey, at least it will make for a good story. Yeah, I see why these women are single, by the way. Incredibly impulsive, can't be clear, can't live in reality, no ability to communicate or take any accountability whatsoever. So let's just put this in perspective for a second here. So this is what the situation seems like to be. Now, seems like to me. Now, I'm hoping that I'm wrong in this. I'm really hoping that I'm wrong. But here's what I think happened. This woman broke up with her man because of any number of reasons. Maybe he was boring, didn't make enough money, thought that she could do better, whatever the case may be. She decides to break up with him, instantly go to Bali to get some traveling in. And she's like, hey, I have to make this travel look like I'm not just going here to hook up with random dudes and party. So I'm completing a yoga teacher training, which as far as I know, these things are super expensive, I would imagine. I could be wrong on that, but, you know, she's going to do she's becoming a yoga teacher now, right? This is like the same thing, guys. It's essentially the same thing as those wives who divorce their husbands, or girls who leave their very long relationships and then they end up going to like Europe and crap like this. They're just going there so that they can hook up with a bunch of dudes or find another guy, you know, or party it up. This is essentially what this woman is doing. Left the relationship in all probability and then immediately goes traveling to where she can go hook up with a bunch of random dudes. But don't worry, guys, it is technically a business trip because now she's decided to become a yoga teacher. Like, all right, mate.
Yoga teacher training. I made the decision 3 or 4 days before I came. And again, I got in a weird place and I did not want to get stuck on that chapter.
Right, so he hooked up with some random dude in Bali, and then he didn't want to commit to you, so you didn't want to get stuck on that quote-unquote chapter. You notice how we speak in riddles here, guys? Right, what essentially happened was she traveled here, hooked up with some random dude, and then this guy didn't want a relationship with her, obviously, because he's just hooking up with women in Bali, but she doesn't want to get stuck on that chapter, guys. The book must go on. You know, she must continue to fill the pages with random dudes.
I reached out to friends and family, and I had a tremendous amount of support to do this. I'm very lucky in that way. Not everybody is, but if you are, talk about your things, talk about what you need, and accept help. And think about it in the way that if those people needed you, you would be there for them too.
Okay, so just by the way, you're not lucky. You're just a typical modern woman. Of course, when women go through these terrible experiences of being rejected by some dude in Bali, their friends and family are going to be the shoulders to cry on, right? You know, you're always going to be surrounded by people as a woman who are willing to support you. This is not called realistically being lucky. Most modern women, in fact, have the capability of doing this unless they are disfigured. But everybody will be there to support them and to look after them, even though they're out here just smashing dudes. And apparently that's worthy of empathy. I don't know, guys. Like, the more I see of these videos, it just makes me understand how many people just put their empathy into people who don't deserve it, to be honest, right? It's like every single time you see these videos, it's women are trying to convince you to give them empathy for situations that do not deserve empathy whatsoever. Oftentimes they're out here disrespecting their man, you know, they get kicked out of the house or they leave and so on, but don't worry, they're the victims in this situation. Completely damn ridiculous. And don't worry, guys, accept the help from those people around you. I love the contrast between this, between men and women, right? Men will typically get no support, no assistance whatsoever. Nobody particularly gives a damn. But women's advice is like, yeah, just accept all of the help that you're receiving, you know?
That if those people needed you, you would be there for them too. So take it and appreciate it and make the best out of it. Don't waste 1 minute of your time when you're actually trying to make something happen for yourself.
Yeah, okay, so translation. Don't get caught up on the bad boys when you're trying to get your retirement in order by locking down a simp. You know, that's really what it comes down to. Guys, I'm going to play this back because it's so sneaky. Look at this. Don't waste 1 minute of your time, okay, when you're actually trying to make something happen for yourself. Translation here is, hey, you're getting older as a woman, right? You won't have looks on your side forever. You have nothing else to offer men, so you really need to capitalize on the looks that you do still have remaining, right? But what you need to do is you need to not waste any time with men who don't want to commit to you, and you need to find some dude who's going to be your retirement. That's really what this is about, guys. Oftentimes, men are not, you know, these women are not with men in long-term relationships usually because they actually love the men or because they're attracted to the guy. Usually they actually have no respect for the dudes. They will treat them like trash. They refuse to do anything nice for the man whatsoever. The man's expected to provide for everything because that's apparently just men's job for modern women. And they just get with these guys because they need a retirement plan. That's really what it comes down to. And the government facilitates this. The government facilitates women stealing from men. But yeah, when you're actually trying to make something happen for yourself, okay.
Actually trying to make something happen for yourself. And I will admit, I'm pretty homesick. I'm at the end of week 1. It's been amazing. It is amazing. But I know that this homesickness is going to be temporary, and in 2 weeks I will be back home, and I am going to be a bomb-ass yoga teacher because I am learning how to do that intensely every day.
I don't know, guys. Is yoga that intensive? I don't know. These yeah, guys, she's learning intensely how to be a yoga teacher. I mean, I think she's just in Bali hooking up with dudes, and she needs to do this to make it look as though she's actually doing something productive, by the way. You know, I'm assuming that yoga classes actually cost an absolute ton, by the way. This just reeks of something that women get scammed by because they'll do anything other than actually try and take their health seriously and just do something like cardio or actually do anything difficult in the gym. A lot of them will just, they like to do yoga and Pilates and crap like this. I mean, than actually put in any genuine real effort. Now, I probably just triggered the hell out of a lot of people who do, who do yoga. But I don't know, man. Just learning to become a yoga teacher at 42 years of age while hooking up with bad boys in Bali. I don't know about that particular strategy, but hey, guys, let's hope she becomes successful and she can actually fund her own damn retirement here.
Going to be a bomb-ass yoga teacher because I am learning how to do that intensely every day. And in terms of relationships, it's the same thing.
Is it?
Take what you have learned from that other relationship and build off of it. Take the new love that you have found within yourself and other people and carry it forward. You now know more about what you want and what you don't want.
This reminds me, guys, actually of a little something. This is a flow chart I whipped up recently. This actually reminds me of this flow chart that I made, guys. And as you can see, this is what I call the Women's Healing Journey Starter Kit. Okay, so what she did was you start at step 1, you smash a bunch of dudes and you fail to get commitment. You do this until you're running out of time to have kids, or you accidentally have a kid with Chad, or you're sufficiently sad and lonely. And then we move on to this step, which is what this woman is describing here, where you go through a healing phase where you expect more from dudes. And see this bold part, guys? This is where usually the TikTok women are, right? You need to really get clear on your self-love, aka narcissism, and you need to get really clear on what you demand from men now. Okay, so now that you've gone out there and you've smashed a bunch of dudes in different countries and states and things like this, and you've done your healing journey, perhaps you've learned how to become a yoga teacher even, right? Now you're ready to go through your healing journey and move on to step number 4 here, which is collecting a simp. Now, interestingly enough, guys, I think that these women should be straight up disqualified from giving dating advice if you're a woman and you're 42 years of age and single. Like the sheer amount of options that you have to fail and go through with as a woman to end up 42 years of age and single, it boggles the mind, guys. It really does. I've said this many times, dating, not a difficult thing for modern women. So if you are here, 42 years of age, and now you're returning to the streets for I don't even know how many times in a row, I think that personally disqualifies you from giving dating and relationship advice. Now, I want to keep stipulating this, by the way. This is why I don't hold men to the same standard, and I'll tell you why. Typically because men are not the ones leaving the relationships. Usually it's the women who are ditching them, divorcing them, trading them in for other men because they think that they can do better. That's number one why I don't hold men to the same standards. If some dude is 42 years of age and he's single and he's giving dating advice, I'm not necessarily going to hold that against him. And also, I don't think things like marriage, especially these days, necessarily benefit men. Hell, even long-term relationships oftentimes are a scam for dudes. So, I don't really hold that as though it's some. I mean, it is a great achievement if you're in a marriage for like 15 years. Congratulations to you. But I don't hold it against men for not being in these things when, one, women actively ruin them, and two, it doesn't actually benefit men to be in these things in the first place. But 42-year-old woman, guys, giving dating advice, oh, hell no, man. Oh, hell no.
Take the things from that other relationship, the things that you like in that person, and now you know what to look for in somebody else.
Right, so take the attributes from Chad and then insist that any man going forward has those attributes, right? So he's tall, so you're not going to settle for anything less than a tall man going forward. He owns a nice car, so now you're not going to settle for anything less than a guy who has a nice car. You see how this works, guys? Smash the dudes and carry forward entitlement about what future men have to bring to the relationship.
Things that you don't really appreciate in that person, and now you know to stay away from it, right? And it just gets closer and closer to being with somebody that, hopefully you can be with forever. And sometimes that takes time. Divorce rates are high, and I think it's because people just are like, oh, this is fine, I'll settle. And then they make a million allowances.
Yeah, so the reason why divorce rates are so high is because the government rewards women for destroying marriages. Women are oftentimes also, you see, they think that they're settling, by the way. This is you know what, guys? I even put this in the damn chart, didn't I? I'm actually going to pull this up, right? This was step number 4. This woman is describing this spot on. Check this out. Part number 4 here. Find and marry / have a relationship with a simp who provides you with everything who you are not attracted to. Make sure, here's what she's describing. Make sure to consider this settling because he's not as attractive as the dudes that you smashed earlier. You see, these women, they think that they're actually getting closer and closer to their Prince Charming. But what's essentially happening is they're actually getting further and further away from reality, right? Because they're what they think that they deserve and what they actually do deserve are two completely different things. They end up 42 years of age, guys, and any dude who will actually have a relationship with her is apparently settling. She thinks that she's settling. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
It should be incredibly tight on who you're supposed to be with in terms of a soulmate. I think we have many of them, but there's a lot of people in this world, so it's going to take a minute to find that person.
I'm actually going to play this back because this is so incredibly stupid, okay? Guys, you've got to really, listen to what this woman says here, guys, because this is such highly concentrated levels of stupidity.
Like, oh, this is fine. I'll settle. And then they make a million allowances. It should be incredibly tight on who you're supposed to be with in terms of a soulmate.
Okay, so check this out, right? When you're looking for your soulmate, get this. Your soulmate has to meet all of these criteria. Okay, so he has to be attractive, he has to provide for you, he has to take care of you. This soulmate of yours, guys, it's interesting because people like to sell this idea of soulmate like, oh, it's just the one, you just know when you know. But really, soulmates for women consist of a bunch of requirements, right? It's not like, oh, wow, guys, she just found a man to love and it was so pure and just random that they found each other in this crazy universe. It's like, no, she found his wallet. She found that the dude was willing to provide for her. And so she thought she could get a retirement plan. Women are, they like to sell this whole soulmate myth thing, man, but they're actually very, very considerate of the dudes that they have things like marriage with, right? They're doing it for a particular reason. This is not some luck thing. This is not some esoteric divine experience where people are finding their soulmates these days, guys. Women are actively preying on the dudes who they know that they can steal from, and they are calling these dudes soulmates. The soulmate has all of these requirements of the things that he has to do. But that bad boy that she smashed in Bali, guys, he just hooked up with her for nothing, essentially, but you have to pay all of her bills. Like, it's so stupid.
Who you're supposed to be with in terms of a soulmate. I think we have many of them, but there's a lot of people in this world, so it's going to take a minute to find that person. So be particular, and in the meantime, you just keep writing your book.
Yeah, so keep smashing random dudes while you're looking for your soulmate.
And write it in a way that you would want your grandkids to read it and be like, whoa, my grandmother was fierce.
Who the hell wants a fierce grandmother, by the way? Like, what is this advice, guys? What is this kind of advice that 42-year-old women are giving to other women? Like, again, these are the role models. This is what women see when they look for dating advice and things like this on TikTok. And as much as I don't like the TikTok platform, it is actually incredibly popular, guys. Like, this is where young women are going to get their dating advice. Hell, even older women are going here. And, the first thing they see is about how men are narcissists and you need to write your book by going to Bali and becoming a yoga teacher and smashing a bunch of dudes and, being very particular about your soulmate. Absolutely crazy. But let's jump into the clip that we played at the beginning of today's episode. Now, this is a woman who's in tears. She's crying because she divorced her husband, it seems. So let's see what the situation is here. Just by the way, before we jump into this, you can always really get a good glimpse of the situation by actually seeing if the woman says anything about her husband insofar as did he cheat or were the police called? Because a lot of the times the women like to pretend like they are the victims and the man is a bad guy, but she'll always throw around statements that she can't prove. Because I guarantee you, if the dude cheated on her, this would be one of the first things that she said. Let's jump in.
I literally just got divorced. Are we done? I don't ever have to see him again. That was so hard. That was so painful. No. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't say hi. I couldn't say
that the audio is horrible, and I find that a lot when buying videos like this.
The most in this entire world. The person I love most in this entire world, you know?
Loved this guy the most in the entire world, but you know what, guys? I still divorced his ass. Now, see, how long are we into this clip? Let me just check. So we started it here. We're like 30 seconds in, and she's crying and talking about how she got a divorce and she loved this guy and blah, blah, blah. See, the thing is, guys, I think, again, if the dude cheated or if he was a terrible man, like actually terrible, provably, like the cops were called or something like this, you would hear about this very early on in the clips. But you don't actually hear this. So usually what it actually means is she divorced him because she thought she could do better, whether that be financially or in terms of getting a new man. And what so many of these women realize is that they've actually just screwed themselves over, because in a lot of these situations, you know, sometimes the women don't get the money. Sometimes that next guy doesn't want to commit to her. And so they end up making a really stupid decision, but it's also really good to laugh at. Let's keep going.
That was it. That's how the story ends. I loved him with everything that I was. And now it's done. Oh.
But I noticed there, she's like, I loved him with everything I was. So what are you now that you're saying was?
Oh God, I'm fucking broken, man. I fucking hurt. I kept it together so that, but I did that shit. I did that alone. I got divorced alone. I did it myself. I did all the work. I did all the research. Oh, I can't stop crying. Oh my God. I did all the research. I did all the work. I did all the paperwork. I did all the legal documents.
So she went out on her own to divorce this guy. So why are you crying? Because you just said you divorced him, but he was the love of your life.
Of course you did. This is what 70 to 90% of modern women are doing these days when they are in these marriages, when the divorce goes through. Right? Oftentimes it is the women who are getting the divorce. Yes, they're the ones serving the papers. Why? Because they stand to benefit from it. Why? Because they typically think that the grass is greener on the other side. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I have never been through a highly distressing point in my life and thought to myself, hey, this is a good idea to whip out my phone camera and record myself while driving. It's so insane, guys, how this is just like behavior that a lot of people on TikTok do. They go through these life situations or these things that are incredibly disruptive to themselves, and then they just think it's like the ideal time to pull out a phone camera and start recording themselves crying. It is so damn stupid, man. So stupid. And I immediately lose any empathy for the people who go out here and do this. Like, I don't immediately assume that this woman is the sane one in the situation. You see what I'm saying? My initial inclination is whoever is recording the TikTok video of themselves crying in the car and posting it online publicly is probably the one who's in the wrong. You see what I'm saying? And quite honestly, usually it's the women. Usually the women are the ones who are recording these TikTok videos.
I did all the work. I did all the paperwork. I did all the legal documents. I fucking did it. He was there. When I arrived, like, he was there early. And so I had to, like, walk up to him. He said hi, and just in the, like, most shameful tone. I was shaking for a while, and then eventually, like, calmed down. And I calmed down because he was the person that I felt safest with.
Ah, yes, guys. So the guy she felt safe around, he calmed her down, and then of course she serves him with the divorce papers. Yeah, I love this situation, by the way, because oftentimes what's happening here is the men are like good men. You know, they're good guys. They love their girlfriends. They love their wives. But apparently, being a good man, loving your wife, not really good enough for a lot of modern women these days, guys. You're still going to get served with the divorce papers.
I don't know, my brain, I guess that was like a coping mechanism, I don't know. But I stopped shaking, and then we signed all the paperwork and went in, and it was relatively fast. I mean, there were a few things that we were missing, like name and address for, so we filled that out together. We like stepped aside and filled it out together, and then we went back to the window and gave them all the documents.
Hey, babe.
That are...
This woman was crying that she left the man, the love of her life, right? She divorced him. She hasn't said why she divorced him, because she wanted to leave. She says she did all the research and and served the papers. So why is she crying, complaining that she left the love of her life when she's the one that initiated it? Hey, wait, where are you going? Take this. Take that. Thank you.
There's an ambulance. And I stayed strong. I stayed strong the entire time.
No, you didn't. The dude had to comfort you because you were crying and shaking the whole time.
You already said
like,
that.
guys, why would dudes voluntarily sign up for this? I have absolutely no idea. You know, and she's going to be back out here. She's going to be on the streets, probably in no time, claiming that the dude was a bad man. But again, why did she do this? Why did she initiate the divorce? Well, it's simply because she felt like it, and because the government incentivizes women to do this. That's really what it comes down to, guys. Women are leaving these marriages, they're leaving these long-term relationships with cash and prizes, and it's a complete and utter scam. Yeah, maybe you would be less likely to crash, by the way, if you stopped recording yourself on TikTok, but hey, what do I know?
But I'm gonna go to the pier. I'm just gonna sit at the beach and take a few deep breaths. That was so hard and sad.
So let's take a look at the situation here, guys. The situation was so difficult. It was so sad. She loved this man with all of her heart, and yet she still divorced his ass. She still served him with the divorce papers. I mean, if this isn't a lesson to men, I really don't know what is. I think a lot of these women are not deserving of commitment whatsoever. They're not deserving of having a man in their life, because even when the dude is a great guy, oftentimes they still disrespect him, they still leave his ass, and they still try and take his things. It's completely ridiculous. Guys, we're going to be leaving today's episode there. Don't forget to leave your own thoughts and comments. As always, guys, make sure you take care of yourselves, and I'll be seeing you all in the next one. Peace.
I think I shared that one already. We're gonna go out. But yeah, that's just what a lot of people are coming up against. Reality. Yeah. Let's see what else. You know what? Hold on. Let's scroll down. Let's see. Shorts. Cats. Yeah, can't go wrong with cats.
Whenever I walk into my closet and see sweaters on the floor, I know exactly what I'm gonna see next.
Always taking the money for treats. She's gonna poke her, and then she's gonna slap him.
He is doing everything but drinking the water. Making the first move.
Dude, that's my nipple!
Another proof that cats are liquid. No more knocking things off the table.
Whenever I walk into my closet and
Okay, we'll share that. Everybody loves cat videos. Post it. Wow. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Close this. Boom. Oh, let's hear this.
So a former liberal is going viral on TikTok for explaining the difference between liberals and Republicans. And it's ringing true like a bell. Check this out.
There's a massive difference between how Republicans treat people and how Democrats treat people. When I was a liberal, when Republicans found out that I was a liberal, they didn't say anything. They just left me alone, or at the most, it was agree to disagree. Now that I've decided that I'm voting for Trump and have been very vocal about it, I have never been attacked so much in my entire life.
Join the club, pal. Yeah, join the club.
I've been called every name in the book by the party of love and respect.
I call myself a joyful warrior.
I've been called slow, dumb, idiot, everything under the sun about my looks. My voice is too deep, constantly called racist. I actually got a comment calling me racist.
That is really racist.
All of the backlash is pushing me further into Trump and pushing out the message and realizing that this is the right way to go about things.
So
And that's what a lot of people don't realize. Party of hate is actually the Democrat Party. It really is. More cats. Gotta have more cats. Okay, yeah. Good. Shorts are awesome because they're short, to the point, and that's what most people like. I don't want to. No. Okay, what else? Let's see. I did that one, and that one. Huh. Let's see what this one's about.
This guy found out that his bride was cheating on him, so what he did to her on their wedding day shocked everyone. And many people say that he took it way too far. Craig and Jennifer had been dating for many years ever since they met in university. Craig had also been friends with this guy named Smith ever since they were kids. When Craig and Jennifer got married, he introduced her to his childhood friend Smith, and all three of them became very close. However, Craig became suspicious that Jennifer was cheating on him because she was spending too much time with Smith. During their wedding, Craig thanked everyone for coming and got on stage to make a speech. At the end of his speech, he asked the guests to remove the envelopes that were attached to the bottom of their chairs. Of course, all the guests thought that there would be a gift inside, but when they opened it, they saw a picture of Jennifer and Smith having
Is this too far? I mean, okay, in a legal sense, I would say it's too far. Did she deserve to be humiliated? 100%. Was it right to include a photo of her intimate with someone else? Technically, no, it's not.
This guy found out that his bride was
Wow. You know what? That's what's wrong with it. Honored people do something stupid. Okay, we're just hit refresh and see what else comes up. He replaced me instantly. How? That's the wall again. Open betrayal. Yeah, we'll go with the betrayal. See, these are the ones I've been
Hey
watching.
everybody, welcome back. This is some best friend betrayal that's on another level.
Okay, y'all, let's get right into it. Let me tell y'all how I found out on my birthday that my friend was not my real friend. So basically, the day of my birthday, the plan was to go to a dinner at 7:30. We were supposed to meet up at the hotel that I paid for at 6:45. So my friend, which is friend A, she calls me and she's like, yeah, I'm financially not able to, come to your dinner. I just am unable to come. And she was crying on the phone, boo-hooing and everything. And I was like, girl, it's no problem. Like, we all gonna eat. Like, I would never do that. I will take care of you. I'll pay for you, no problem. So basically,
on your birthday.
Fast forward to, the time of us leaving at 6:45. So friend B was there with me getting dressed. Friend C said she was going to meet us at the, dinner. Mind you, the dinner was set at 7:30. So 6:45 comes and we're waiting on friend A, which is the friend that I'm not friends with no more. But we're waiting on her, so we call her and we're like, yeah, girl, where you at? And she's like, yeah, I'm running late. I still got to, get dressed when I get to the hotel. And we're all like, the reservation's at 7:30. Like, I told these girls this, days in advance. So she comes to the hotel, and when she comes, she has this stink attitude. Like, she really don't even want to speak. Like, she don't even want to be here. So I'm like, what is her problem? Like, one, you making me late for my birthday dinner on my birthday and then giving me an attitude about it. Like, I didn't tell you these plans previous. So anyways, we get into the car. She, gets dressed. She ended up making me late for my dinner. We didn't get there till 8 o'clock. So basically, we get at the table. Mind you, friend A is who I'm paying for. Friend A also does not drink alcohol. She's a smoker. She does not drink alcohol at all. So the server comes to our table. He does his big introduction. He's like, yeah, we have this, cool, cocktail that has smoke that comes out of it.
I'm done. I don't want to hear it. I really... What? Why does she keep adding stuff to my account? I keep deleting these. Adding them. Why? All let's see. Alpha. Fine. Jasmine Gold. Fox News. I'm subscribed again. Why it keeps popping up? Homesteading. Homesteading J and then Homesteady, whatever. What is this? I don't remember. Let's open another tab. See who this is. Oh, it's more of these. Okay, now I understand why I don't recognize it. I've probably seen one and like I will come back to it and only. Oh, these guys like this one here, awesome. Like that one guy, I put his. Fuck is this? Look. Tab. See. Oh, okay, I remember this now. Yeah, I did do that one. Open a new tab. Let's see who this is. Oh, okay. I watch a couple of his clips, not all of his clips. I find a lot of them boring. So, once in a while, Mr. Ballin. If you like scary stories, this guy is definitely one to go to. But you know what? Oh, he came out with a new one. Gonna, you know what? Yeah, let's just play it.
Today's story is a claustrophobic nightmare. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to go skydiving with the like button, but be sure to replace their parachute with a trash bag. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. A little after 3 p.m. on March 22nd, 1959, a 20-year-old British college student named Neil Moss stood in a cavern about 1,000 feet underground in northern England. And as he stood there, he was staring with excitement into this dark hole right in front of him. The cavern that Neil was standing inside of was known as Peak Cavern, and it was one of the biggest and most twisting cave systems in the entire country. In fact, it was so big that at one point, an entire village of 30 rope makers lived inside of this cave. And then also, after those rope makers, the cave system became a hideout for criminals and thieves because there were so many secret passageways and basically places to hide inside of the system. So basically, Peak Cavern was a pretty famous place. And as a result, basically all of it had been mapped out or at least explored by scientists and spelunkers, except for this hole right in front of Neil. It was an entrance to a tunnel that nobody even knew about. Neil and the amateur exploration group that he was a part of had discovered this entryway about 2 weeks earlier. Now, neither Neil nor anybody else in this group had actually gone into this hole yet. And the reason for that was it was pretty dangerous. I mean, the opening to this tunnel was pretty small. It was 1.5 feet by 2 feet wide at the opening. And just looking down into it, I mean, it's a dark hole that you really can't tell how tight or how far it even goes. And so once you went inside of it, the deeper you got, the higher the risk of entrapment. And so whoever actually went into this hole really needed to be prepared. But Neil and the rest of his amateur exploration group really felt like it would be worth it to try to go down this tunnel. Not just because nobody had done it before, but specifically, they thought there was a chance that beyond this tunnel, basically deep underground, if you followed it long enough, it could lead to another big open chamber that nobody had found before. And those types of big open chambers, whoever finds them gets it named after them. And so Neil and his group were thinking, hey, if we find this big chamber, it'll be named after us. We'll be famous, at least in, spelunking circles. But they also understood that there might be nothing at the other end of this tunnel. It could just be a dead end. But the only way to know for sure would be if one of the members of this group went into the hole. Now, in addition to a fear of being trapped in the hole, there were other big issues with blindly crawling into a tunnel no one's been in before. Like, for example, there could be a sudden drop-off, or running water, or some other hazard that whoever went into the hole wouldn't know about until they were facing it. And so naturally, everybody in this group was excited about the hole, but also a little apprehensive about being the guinea pig to actually go into the hole. And so after the group had kind of stood around the hole for a minute, kind of talking through who was going to do it, Neil had finally courageously volunteered to be the guinea pig. he would go down. And in many ways, Neil was kind of like the perfect candidate for this job. He was smart, he was strong, and most importantly, he was thin, which meant he could navigate a really tight space. The only drawback to Neil was he was pretty tall. He was over 6 feet. And generally speaking, the best cavers in the world are very short and thin because it allows them to get into the smallest, tightest spaces underground. And so Neil, who was standing over the hole, began to mentally prepare himself for what he was about to do. He pulled out his flashlight and he shined it straight down into this hole, which again is a pretty narrow hole, and it basically went straight down. And as he was shining it, he saw about 12 feet down, the hole kind of turned and you couldn't see what was beyond it. And so Neil knew the only part of this trip he would know about is that first 12 feet. Once he made that turn, I mean, everything beyond that was totally unknown. Literally no one in the world knew what was beyond it. But Neil was about to find out. The cave explorers anchored this 75-foot-long wire ladder that was all rolled up to this rock that was inside the cavern, right near the opening to this hole. And once that was in place, they spooled out the ladder and kind of dumped it down into the hole. And so it fell 12 feet down and landed right where this tunnel turned and sort of went into oblivion, where nobody knows what happened after that. And so Neil, his job was going to be to go into this hole feet first, go down 12 feet, and then with his feet, as he kind of blindly crawled backwards feet first into the tunnel, he'd be kicking with his feet this ladder, extending it farther and farther into this tunnel. The idea was this ladder.
Okay, I can't. The claustrophobia. Yeah. I have a small problem with that. I'll share that with everybody like I did, but no. Now this guy, like, take this one for instance. My personal outdoor journey. This guy literally built himself a bunch of stuff to live in. I mean, and he has videos and whatnot. If you like the outdoors, building and stuff. And you gotta understand, these people are from a different country most of the time, where they can just build a building. I don't know about anything else, but these are cool. What's this? I've added a bunch of stuff. Oh. What the hell am I looking at? No. Not mine. Goodbye. I know what this is. Yeah, we're gonna unsubscribe for this. Ravens of the Ground. This guy is cool. What the fuck? I've already gotten rid of this before. Tab. Okay, yeah. Now I understand who got it. It's actually pretty funny. Marky J. Oh, I remember this one. Hold on. This woman. Yeah, this woman. Yeah. Yeah.
We all have regrets, but I don't think anybody is ever
it's
going
Snow
to
White.
regret anything as much as Disney is going to regret the live-action Snow White remake. Hi y'all, Snarky J Cosplay here. As of the time of this video's recording, we're about 4 or 5 months out from the release of the much anticipated live-action Snow White remake. This remake has been plagued by controversy since the very beginning, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. But right now, the current bombshell and what has Disney shaking in their boots right now is not any particular controversy, it's actually how much they have overspent on a film that is undoubtedly going to fail at the box office. The live-action Snow White remake is set to release in March of next year, and all we've gotten from it is some set photos, as well as a teaser that we got just a few months ago. So I want to remind you that Disney has not actually started any marketing efforts for this film yet. And despite that, the costs of production as of the end of 2023 had ballooned to a whopping $269.4 million. And it seems genuinely insane that a live-action Snow White remake would cost that much money. But see, the real issue is because the film actually finished filming in 2022 in July, but for some unknown reason, a shit ton of reshoots ensued shortly after that, which ended up really driving up those production costs. Now, realistically, we wouldn't have known about the budget for this film until after it's released, but because it's being made in England, this information is actually much easier to find. And this film, having overblown its budget by this much, puts Disney in a really bad spot. But first, a word from this video's sponsor. With Thanksgiving coming up, some of us might find ourselves away from home. This video's sponsor, NordVPN, keeps you virtually at home even when you're traveling. NordVPN doesn't just make sure you don't miss out on your favorite content like the newest Snarky J video while you travel, it's also the fastest VPN on the planet, so your cousin bonus months at nordvpn.com/snarkyj. Try it risk-free right now with a 30-day money-back guarantee. I honestly never stop making content, even on family vacations or the holidays. So it's super important to me that my internet connection is both fast and secure. NordVPN's service is seriously fast and it guards my every click. So I'm always in good hands when I hop online. Take advantage of this deal and get a huge discount with the purchase of a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months at nordvpn.com/snarkyj. Try it totally risk-free right now with that 30-day money-back guarantee. See, even though Disney this year has had 2 of the biggest box office films, and they stand to have a third in just a week from the time of this video's recording, Moana 2 is set to release over the Thanksgiving weekend, which is probably going to boost box office numbers for Disney even more. However, we've already discussed that over the past 2 years, Disney has also had some pretty big box office flops, and according to Financial Trends, it seems like the parks are actually suffering domestically. And being that I was just there last week and the lines were insanely short for what they normally are, I can see how interest and demand for the parks are very much in a decline. So even though analysts are expecting the 4th quarter of 2024 to be a little bit better for Disney, they are unfortunately not expecting a very good start to 2025 because of this remake. And $269.4 million before marketing costs is a lot, but I also want to put this into perspective for you. In 2017, Disney released the live-action Beauty and the Beast. The budget, all in for that, so including marketing costs and reshoots and all of that, was $255 million, even less than Snow White without the marketing costs. And that film managed to bring in $1.2 billion. So in the context of those numbers, Disney is in huge trouble with the live-action Snow White remake. Let's put this into context. $269.4 million just on the production so far. That's not all in. They still have to market this thing. So typically for big blockbuster movies, you can almost anticipate that they will spend approximately 50% of the production budget just on marketing the thing. So $269.4 million, we'll round that up to $270 million. If you divide that in half, that would give you $135 million. That would essentially be the marketing budget for this film, $135 million. And with all the controversy that we're going to get into in just a minute, they definitely need to make a big push for marketing. So with $135 million considered for their marketing budget, that puts the budget for live action Snow White all in at $405 million. That would mean that the potential for the live action Snow White to make a profit is not enough for Disney to be satisfied, nor to justify the movie's release or production at all. The live-action Snow White has been steeped in way more controversy than The Little Mermaid ever would be, which is saying something. Many people all over the internet already disagreed with the casting choice for Snow White in Rachel Zegler, who is of part Colombian descent, because they felt that she didn't match the description of Snow White. Then, said controversial casting choice Rachel Zegler has pretty much taken it upon herself to disparage the original Snow White at any given moment, even though she's willing to go on talk shows and lie about how much it meant to her.
I mean, it's one of the original. I'm a really big Disney fan. I grew up at the Disney parks. My parents took me every summer.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's like, it is. It's part of my upbringing. It's my favorite thing, so.
More consistently, she trashes the original for being creepy and weird.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. Like, I'm being so serious. I watched it once and then I went on the ride in Disney World, which was called Snow White's Scary Adventures. Doesn't sound like something a little kid would like. Was terrified of it. Never revisited Snow White again.
Claims that the sensitive prince in the film was a stalker.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her.
Has often alluded to the fact that she feels that love stories in 2024 are antiquated and wrong for women.
I just mean that it's no longer 1937. She's not going to be saved by the prince. She's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
And she has also made incredibly rude statements claiming that her co-star is so irrelevant he might as well have all his scenes cut.
We have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows?
Which, in the grand scheme of things, has caused not just a dislike for Rachel Zegler as Snow White, but it has also caused people to lose faith in the film. If the star is so willing to speak openly against the original, the source material for this remake, what the f do we want to watch it for if it's going to be so completely different and the star hates the original so much? Then things seem to quiet down. Of course, Disney would not want the star of the film actively disparaging the original, especially when the original is basically what kicked off Walt Disney Studios. Sure, the teaser was released and was almost unanimously disliked on YouTube, but at least there wasn't any more controversy. That is until the highly controversial 2024 elections. Zegler decided to take to Instagram to complain about the results of the 2024 elections, and at the end of her rant, made the statement that she hoped supporters of President-elect Trump would never find peace. Now, these comments ultimately sent Twitter and podcasters into an absolute frenzy, and they started calling for Rachel Zegler's firing, which is bad news for Disney. I don't get into politics on this channel, I have no interest in doing so, but regardless, making a statement that big one way or another is likely to alienate a big chunk of the country either way, and those people are likely to not want to take their children to go watch your movie when you've just said you hope these people never know peace. One way or another, somebody's going to get pissed off when you make statements that are that intense. So naturally, after what I can only assume was an extremely unpleasant and very stern phone call with Disney execs, Rachel Zegler came out and apologized and made sure we all knew that she let her emotions get the best of her and she was going to be moving forward to be a better person after. So what's the moral of the story here? Well, folks, it's that Disney is set to lose a tremendous amount of money right at the start of the year with this live-action Snow White remake. This thing has been an absolute problem since it started for one reason or another, but unfortunately for them, there are two things actively working against them. One, whatever reason they had those reshoots essentially pushed the production budget into the clouds and has made it cost way more than it should have, which means they need to spend even more money on marketing to push this thing out and get as many asses in seats as they can, so it's kind of a vicious cycle of spending money. And then unfortunately for Disney, they have had so much controversy with the star of the film, not some no-name side character, no. Snow White herself, Rachel Zegler, has had so much controversy surrounding her, and very public controversy. This isn't controversy that you only see if you're on Twitter all day like me. This is controversy that has been reported upon by major news outlets like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Everybody has gotten a hand in what Rachel Zegler has been spouting on the internet for months. Unfortunately, this movie costs too much to make real money, and they also cast the wrong person because people probably could have gotten over the fact that she doesn't look exactly like what Snow White should have looked like, but I doubt huge numbers of people are going to get over everything else surrounding this drama. Unfortunately for Disney, I think by the time they get to marketing this, they're going to be pushing a court corpse of a film, and in my opinion, they should have used that as a tax write-off and just said that the whole thing got erased somehow. That's definitely not gonna happen, so I guess we're just gonna have to see how poisoned this apple is when it hits theaters in March of 2025. And that's all from me. I've been Snarky J. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. For more Snarky J, be sure to check me out on Instagram, and if you'd like to support me, this channel, and my content creation, do check out and consider subscribing to my Patreon for exclusive photo shoot sets and cosplay content. This month's special sets are Huntress, Catwoman, and Batfleck. You won't want to miss those. I'll add links to all of those in the description below, and let me know how you think the live-action Snow White remake.
Alright, yeah, we're gonna share this. Definitely sharing it. I don't know if he's... Oh. Wow. Anyway, we'll close that one. What else you got? Oh. We did this one, so... I mean, look at all these. Let's hit... Hit refresh. That's what I thought. Alright, videos. Go right into the... These are the latest ones. You did. Seen that one. As you can see, she just talks about a bunch of different stuff. It's not just Rachel Zegler or anything like that. Bunch of different stuff. Alright, so yeah, that is. I don't even get taking it. And oh, the comment section, that's the why. Hold on, who's it? Eb. Oh. Okay, yeah, got it. Know who that is. Not feeling it right now. No. The wall. No. Real. Look it up. Oak Informant. Hello, Flash. What? Hold on. Oh, okay, yeah, I know these. This. Oh, okay. That's Asmongold. Okay. And Oak Informant, let's see who it is. Oh, okay, so yeah. Yeah. These are a lot about Rachel. Other celebrities. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, if they talk too much, then that's a terrible direction, because anything that was longer than a sentence, I cut them off.
Yeah, just keep it.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of direction do you like?
If you can't say it in a sentence, don't say anything at all.
Do you like kind of like...
That means you don't know what the heck you want. You're like, don't overtalk this. Come on. I'm in the zone. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't... Yeah, if they talk too much, then that's a terrible direction, because... What's the direction again?
Yeah.
That was paragraph. Get to what you think I can't do in the next take without your direction, because I'm going to give it to you different, right?
Mm-hmm.
So either be patient or give it to me in a sentence or F off. I don't like selfish behavior, and that comes across in inconsiderate people or thing, or it seems inconsiderate. When it affects, it's just your world and we're all just living on it.
Yeah.
Fucking, that's always going to trigger me. I'm always going to want to flip a table, like, God damn it, you know? And really when it affects everybody else, right? Yeah. And I think it's selfish. And so on a movie set, that can happen, and it really stops production. And really, everyone's got a job, and everyone's,
I know! It's Rachel Zegler again! Even I don't know when this girl is going to stop making the headlines. First, she took a bizarre and unnecessary swipe at Jeremy Renner, calling him a transphobic garbage monster during his very public custody battle. Then, she tried to slide into his spot as Hawkeye, shamelessly campaigning to replace him in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And now? Now she's back at it, calling Renner garbage, not because of anything he's done, but because they don't see eye to eye politically. This isn't just a random feud. Rachel's outspoken anti-Trump stance and Renner's perceived conservative leanings, like his absence from that Kamala Harris Avengers video, have turned this into a culture clash. And honestly, it says a lot about how politics are dividing Hollywood right now. Is this about values, or is Rachel just looking for attention?
There are growing calls tonight for Disney to fire Rachel Zegler, the star of its widely anticipated Snow White remake. It's because of an anti-Donald Trump post she made after the election, writing, quoting here, "May Trump supporters and Trump voters and Trump himself never know peace." Ziegler is now apologizing. She writes in a new post, let my emotions get the best of me, and I am sorry, contributed to the negative discourse. Oh, the Snow White adaptation, and spending a whopping, you guys, $270 million to make it. Now, we should note, NBC News has reached out to Disney and Ziegler's team for comment. We haven't heard back.
Disney, obviously, they have a problem on their hands because Rachel Zegler has not just made these recent comments about Donald Trump, which she's walking back now. She also made some comments earlier while promoting Snow White, saying that Snow White doesn't need a prince and that this isn't the 1930s anymore, and that Snow White can exist on her own. And that upset a lot of people, including Megyn Kelly, that has been very vocal about Disney recasting this movie and not having Rachel be part of it anymore, even though she has, come out and apologized.
Rachel Zegler has never been one to stay silent about her political beliefs, especially when it comes to former President Donald Trump. Over the years, she has built a reputation as a staunch progressive, often using her platform to criticize Trump and his supporters. One of her most explosive moments came during Trump's re-election campaign when she posted a fiery statement online describing a deep, deep sickness in America. She lamented how many people continue to support someone she believed threatened democracy. Her words became infamous when she ended her statement with, "May Trump supporters and Trump himself never know peace. Fuck Donald Trump." It wasn't long before her comments stirred major backlash. Conservative commentators, including Megyn Kelly, publicly called her out, with Kelly even labeling her a pig. The outcry was so loud that Rachel eventually apologized, saying she sincerely regretted what she had said. But by then, the damage was done. Her anti-Trump stance had already painted her as a polarizing figure, alienating conservative audiences while earning applause from progressives. Rachel's outspoken politics are not confined to Trump. She regularly aligns herself with progressive causes, reshaping her public persona into one of a crusader for social justice. Even her take on Disney's Snow White remake reflected her values. She criticized the original 1937 animated classic for its focus on a love story, calling it outdated and mocking the prince as a weird stalker. Rachel made it clear that the new Snow White would be about independence and empowerment, an approach that aligns perfectly with her activist image. This deeply political lens seems to inform much of Rachel's public behavior, and it plays a big role in her feud with Jeremy Renner. Renner, in contrast, is a far cry from the activist persona Rachel projects. While she loudly declares her values, Renner has chosen to steer clear of overt political endorsements. A prime example: during the 2020 election, the Avengers cast reunited on a conference call to endorse Kamala Harris for vice president. Major stars like Robert Downey Jr., Mark Ruffalo, and Scarlett Johansson joined in to campaign for Harris, turning the call into both a mini reunion and a political statement. But noticeably absent from the event was Jeremy Renner. Renner's decision to skip the Kamala Harris event did not go unnoticed. To many, it signaled that he was avoiding overt political involvement, something that immediately drew suspicion from progressives like Rachel. She seemed to view his absence as evidence of his alignment with Trump, or, at the very least, as opposition to the progressive causes she passionately supports. Rachel's feud with Renner appears to have stemmed from this political divide. In her eyes, his refusal to openly endorse Harris wasn't just apolitical, it was a quiet nod to the Trump camp. This perceived alignment likely played into her decision to attack him publicly, calling him a racist, sexist, transphobic garbage monster. And it didn't stop there. She later took it a step further, campaigning to replace him as Hawkeye, even tweeting, "Can I be the new Hawkeye?" But Renner's apolitical stance has won him a different kind of respect in Hollywood. He's known for staying composed and avoiding unnecessary drama. When asked about controversies, including Rachel's remarks, he famously said, "I don't respond publicly or privately to nonsense. It only empowers it. If you respond to it, you give it gas. I don't fuel ST fires. I just don't do it." His calm, collected demeanor appeals to a broader audience, especially in an era where Hollywood often feels divided by political ideologies.
First board, what is Jeremy Renner doing these days? I'm thriving, I'm getting stronger, I'm happy, I'm healthy, and progressing every day, and thankful. I've had a lot of love and support, and the reason for my health and me thriving is the support and love from everybody I've got in my life. And that probably includes a lot of you guys. Does Jeremy Renner? Probably not. Do his own stunts? Yes, I do. Proud that I do my own stunts. Even in season 3 of Mayor of Kingstown, where I didn't think I thought I retired as a stunt guy, I was able to kind of pull some stuff off, and I'm very happy and pretty proud moment this year for me, from January till now, to get back in the swing of things, if you will. Yeah, very proud of that. What was Jeremy Renner doing when he was injured? Probably not feeling too good. That's what I was doing. I wasn't breathing too well. What I was doing, I was clearing my driveway because we had a massive snowstorm. And I was on a Snowcat, which is a big tank-like machine that moves snow around. I got caught underneath it on the asphalt, and that's what I was doing when we got injured. We were having a good New Year's Day. Even the ski resorts were closed that day, ironically, because there's so much snow, all the ski lifts were buried as well. How did Jeremy Renner recover so quickly? Well, recovery is a lifetime. Recovery is pretty lonely, even though you have a lot of love and support. I got a ton of it, and I have so much gratitude for having all the love and support, but it still comes down to the individual, and I think anybody that's in recovery knows that within that loneliness, there's a clarity of direction and understanding of my body and what can I do best for my body. The body's a miracle. I think I can be a testament to how great the body can recover. And then there's also the other things in life, but I think it came from the collective energy of all the goodness in my life and people, and even its well wishes or just thoughts. If I crossed your mind, even like that's something that I believe got me better much faster. Like they told me I wouldn't walk again, or I'd walk funny, and now I'm running, sprinting, and doing stunts. So I got the legion of amazing goodwill of you all. Really, I think that's what did it. Next. All right. Is Jeremy Renner good at archery? Yeah, I suppose.
I saw the logo and I went, "That's my name. Snow White's up there," and I cried my eyes out.
What was it like seeing yourself for the first time in full Snow White drag?
I love that description. It's perfect.
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
not going to be saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true.
Wow.
And so it's just a really incredible story for, I think, young people everywhere to see themselves in.
Snow White is running for president.
I'm launching my campaign. I am.
In contrast, Rachel's tendency to inject politics into everything she does, whether it's her work, her interviews, or even her online feuds, has made her a lightning rod for controversy. Her clash with Renner isn't just about their political differences. It's a microcosm of the broader cultural divide in Hollywood today. While Rachel thrives on vocal activism, Renner's refusal to play the same game makes him a target in her eyes. And for Rachel, that was reason enough to escalate things, painting Renner as a villain simply because they didn't see eye to eye politically. The clash between Rachel Zegler and Jeremy Renner perfectly illustrates the growing political divide in Hollywood. But what's most striking is how Zegler's approach to politics, loud, assumptive, and often inflammatory, backfires when compared to Renner's quiet, composed, and apolitical stance. It begs the question, does speaking out always make you right? Rachel Zegler has become the face of Hollywood's new era of activism, a younger generation of actors who view their platforms as tools for social and political change. Her outspokenness, whether calling Jeremy Renner a garbage monster or campaigning to modernize Snow White, shows her belief that silence is complicity and that her voice must always be heard. But sometimes, speaking out doesn't mean you're informed, and that's where Zegler falters. Take Jeremy Renner's absence from the Avengers Kamala Harris endorsement video, for instance. While other cast members like Robert Downey Jr. and Mark Ruffalo participated in the political event, Renner chose not to. For Zegler, this was an immediate red flag, an opportunity to assume the worst about Renner's political leanings. In her eyes, silence wasn't neutrality. It was proof that he was a Trump supporter. And from that assumption came her harsh words, branding him a racist, sexist, transphobic garbage monster. But let's take a step back. What if Renner's absence wasn't about politics, but about maintaining his privacy and avoiding unnecessary controversies? Unlike Zegler, who thrives on inserting herself into heated debates, Renner seems to understand the value of keeping quiet, especially when it comes to divisive topics like politics. Hollywood is no stranger to backlash, and Renner's decision to stay out of the Kamala Harris video may have been less about political alignment and more about protecting his career and appealing to a broad audience. This contrast highlights a fundamental difference in approach. Zegler's method of loudly and openly engaging in political discourse often comes across as aggressive and presumptuous. Her attack on Renner, based on flimsy assumptions, paints her as someone who jumps to conclusions without fully understanding the situation. It's this tendency to assume and then speak out, no matter the consequences, that has made Zegler such a polarizing figure.
Disney now, could we ever see you step into the Marvel Universe? I would love a job. That's all I have to say. I'll take a job.
Spotlight doesn't absolve you of your humanity, that you're allowed to have human moments.
Everybody remain calm. It's happening. Like we've been begging for months since she started doing interviews about Snow White. Disney officially fires Rachel Zegler. Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
What? Hey, Scarlett.
Jumping on the call.
Whoa. I think you mean assembling. I said assembling. Don, that's pretty good. No, they thought it was funny.
Scarlett, it is our pleasure to come together and to get the vote out this election. Come on.
Yeah, how can we be of service?
Well, how about we start with what our voting plans are going to be, who we're going to bring to the polls with us, that sort of thing.
I think Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Ooh, yes, definitely a catchphrase.
How about this? I'm just off the top of my head. I can do this all day. Shut up. I hate it. Oh.
Meanwhile, Renner's approach is the polar opposite. He doesn't feel the need to make a public statement every time there's a political issue. His apolitical stance allows him to remain relatable and respected across the political spectrum. Renner's refusal to engage in the kind of finger-pointing Zegler indulges in shows a level of maturity and professionalism that many fans appreciate. As he once said, "I don't fuel fires. I just don't do it." And isn't that exactly what Hollywood needs more of? Stars who know when to stay quiet and focus on their work? The fallout of Zegler's constant need to insert herself into politically charged conversations is clear. Fans and critics alike have started questioning whether her activism is genuine or just a way to stay in the spotlight. Her remarks about Renner not only alienated his fan base, but also showed a lack of understanding of how damaging baseless accusations can be. Politics is a sensitive topic, and in situations like this, sometimes the smartest thing to do is take a page out of Renner's book and stay silent. What makes this divide even more interesting is how it affects audience perceptions and studio decisions. Zegler's vocal activism might resonate with younger, more progressive audiences, but it alienates traditional Disney fans and conservative viewers. Meanwhile, Renner's approach, calm, quiet, and focused on his craft, feels like a breath of fresh air for those tired of Hollywood's constant politicization. Ultimately, Zegler could learn a thing or two from Renner. Speaking out doesn't always make you right, and assuming the worst about someone based on their silence is a dangerous game. Not every moment demands a loud public opinion. Sometimes staying quiet is the wisest, most respectful choice, both for yourself and for the industry you represent. Rachel Zegler's ambition to break into the superhero genre took a controversial turn when she publicly suggested that Jeremy Renner should be replaced as Hawkeye by a trans woman of color. While the idea of more inclusive representation is a valid discussion in Hollywood, the timing and execution of Zegler's proposal came across as opportunistic and ill-advised. Her politically charged plea seemed less about celebrating diversity and more about undermining Renner in the wake of her public attacks on him. To Marvel fans, many of whom are deeply loyal to the original Avengers cast, this felt like a direct insult to Renner's years of dedication to the Hawkeye role. Instead of fostering productive dialogue, Zegler's proposal alienated a significant portion of the Marvel fanbase. Critics accused her of using social justice as a platform to boost her career rather than engaging in genuine advocacy.
People's Choice Awards. Look, gotta say it feels good to be back. This year's been a heck of a journey, and I'm happy to be here with you, the fans. You guys are the best.
Okay, so I'm loving this look, Jeremy. Very handsome.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, tell me about the blue velvet. Why you went for it?
Because I wasn't feeling blue. It's nice. It felt good, looks good. So I was able to put it on, one leg at a time. I'm feeling good about it.
Woo! The fans are out there. I love seeing you.
That's what's great about this show, right? It's fan based, fan run, right? It's not, anybody else is running it but the fans, and you got to love that. It's like the Marvel world, and that's universe and the Comic-Cons. Like they run that stuff, man. That's why we have jobs.
Yes.
It's because of them, right? So I think that should be celebrated most. I think that's beautiful.
I loved seeing you and your daughter work together. How fun was that?
I know. How about that? Never thought in my wildest dreams that would be happening. I was pushing against it. I was never going to allow her in this industry. Yeah. Somehow, some way, it just worked out,
You want to act?
I don't know, man. I think she's still 10 and I don't think she's considering what she wants to do with her life, except be a kid. At least that's what I'm encouraging her to be. Just be a kid and go have fun,
Meanwhile, Renner's approach is the polar opposite. He doesn't feel the need to make a public statement every time there's a political issue. His apolitical stance allows him to remain relatable and respected across the political spectrum. Renner's refusal to engage in the kind of finger-pointing Zegler indulges and shows a level of maturity and professionalism that many fans appreciate. As he once said, "I don't fuel us fires. I just don't do it." And isn't that exactly what Hollywood needs more of? Stars who know when to stay quiet and focus on their work? The fallout of Zegler's constant need to insert herself into politically charged conversations is clear. Fans and critics alike have started questioning whether her activism is genuine or just a way to stay in the spotlight. Her remarks about Renner not only alienated his fanbase, but also showed a lack of understanding of how damaging baseless accusations can be. Politics is a sensitive topic, and in situations like this, sometimes the smartest thing to do is take a page out of Renner's book and stay silent. What makes this divide even more interesting is how it affects audience perceptions and studio decisions. Zegler's vocal activism might resonate with younger, more progressive audiences, but it alienates traditional Disney fans and conservative viewers. Meanwhile, Renner's approach, calm, quiet, and focused on his craft, feels like a breath of fresh air for those tired of Hollywood's constant politicization. Ultimately, Zegler could learn a thing or two from Renner. Speaking out doesn't always make you right, and assuming the worst about someone based on their silence is a dangerous game. Not every moment demands a loud public opinion. Sometimes staying quiet is the wisest, most respectful choice, both for yourself and for the industry you represent. Rachel Zegler's ambition to break into the superhero genre took a controversial turn when she publicly suggested that Jeremy Renner should be replaced as Hawkeye by a trans woman of color. While the idea of more inclusive representation is a valid discussion in Hollywood, the timing and execution of Zegler's proposal came across as opportunistic and ill-advised.
Yeah, so I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, so I'll be right back. I mean, come on now. This woman is just crazy. All right. Oh, it. I am adjusting. Now, see, calibrate. All right. Oh.
Her politically charged plea seemed less about celebrating diversity and more about undermining Renner in the wake of her public attacks on him. To Marvel fans, many of whom are deeply loyal to the original Avengers cast, this felt like a direct insult to Renner's years of dedication to the Hawkeye role. Instead of fostering productive dialogue, Zegler's proposal alienated a significant portion of the Marvel fan base. Critics accused her of using social justice as a platform to boost her career rather than engaging in genuine advocacy. This move starkly contrasted with Renner's enduring popularity. Despite past controversies, Renner has consistently shown resilience and professionalism, which was celebrated by fans during his standing ovation at the People's Choice Awards. The moment highlighted the public's appreciation for Renner's ability to remain grounded and focus on his craft, while others, like Zegler, seemed to prioritize personal agendas over their work. In attempting to replace Renner, Zegler not only misjudged the loyalty of Marvel's fanbase, but also reinforced the perception that she prioritizes political statements over storytelling. Marvel fans value authenticity and respect for the characters they love. qualities that Renner has consistently delivered as Hawkeye. By contrast, Zegler's politically motivated plea felt forced and disconnected from what fans truly want. Rachel Zegler's political activism and inflammatory remarks have left her at odds with multiple fan bases, from Disney to Marvel to Star Wars. Her attempts to modernize beloved classics, such as her controversial remarks about Snow White, have alienated traditional Disney fans who value the timeless nature of these stories. In the Snow White controversy, Zegler openly criticized the original film's themes and suggested radical updates to align with modern progressive values. While her intentions may have been to make the story more relevant, the backlash revealed a significant disconnect between Zegler and traditional audiences. Fans viewed her comments as dismissive of the original creator's vision and disrespectful to the nostalgia these classics evoke. The same pattern is evident in her interactions with the Marvel fanbase. Zegler's criticism of Jeremy Renner and her attempt to replace him as Hawkeye not only alienated his supporters, but also painted her as someone more interested in making bold political statements than respecting the legacy of established characters. These controversies reflect a broader cultural divide in Hollywood, where younger, more progressive stars like Zegler clash with fans who favor tradition and continuity. Zegler's vocal activism and tendency to alienate fans highlight a challenge many studios face in appealing to increasingly polarized audiences. While her progressive stance resonates with some, it alienates others, particularly fans who view entertainment as an escape from political debates. This divide mirrors the broader political polarization in the entertainment industry, where actors and creators are often forced to choose between appealing to progressive or conservative audiences. Unfortunately for Zegler, her tendency to speak out without considering the impact has left her reputation in a precarious position. In contrast to Rachel Zegler's polarizing activism, Jeremy Renner's apolitical and calm demeanor has allowed him to remain a respected figure in Hollywood. Renner's strategy is simple yet effective. Focus on the work, avoid fueling controversies, and let the audience decide based on performance rather than personal beliefs. This approach has helped Renner maintain broad appeal across the political spectrum. By choosing not to participate in overtly political projects like the Kamala Harris endorsement video, Renner has avoided alienating fans who may not share the same views. His decision to remain silent on divisive issues reflects a professionalism and understanding that not every battle needs to be fought in the public eye. Renner's ability to rise above controversies is a testament to his resilience. From facing personal challenges to public scrutiny, he has consistently prioritized his craft and connection with his audience. His standing ovation at the People's Choice Awards was more than a celebration of his acting. It was a recognition of his ability to stay grounded and respected amidst Hollywood's often chaotic environment. Renner's approach offers a stark contrast to Zegler's. While Zegler's outspoken nature has alienated multiple fan bases, Renner's apolitical stance has solidified his reputation as someone who values his fans and his work above all else. His ability to navigate controversies with grace and professionalism has made him a model for how actors can thrive without getting caught up in the divisive nature of modern Hollywood.
So basically they're saying you don't need to conform to the idiots on the woke side, as long as you just don't say anything, is what I got out of that. Alright, let's see. Open a new tab.
I usually try not to exaggerate about things because I'm Cuban and I know we have a tendency to do so, but honestly, I think Snow White might single-handedly ruin Disney's entire 2025. Hi y'all, Snarky J Cosplay here. We have spent quite a bit of time on this channel talking about, reporting on, complaining about, reacting to everything related to the live-action Snow White, which is now releasing March 21st, 2025. So as of the time of this video's recording, we're actually less than 3 months away from getting to witness this much anticipated f***ing disaster. I was sitting thinking about this, ruminating on ideas as I'm so prone to do. And I genuinely, in analyzing different trends when it comes to film and what Disney has been doing, I really think that Snow White, which is definitely going to bomb, and I'll explain why, coming out in March of next year is literally going to set the tone for a terrible year for Disney. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and blame this entire issue on Rachel Zegler, even though I think she's probably like 75% of the problem.
Weird.
But look, when it comes to Disney, we all know that Disney is about two things: money or sending a message, or a third option could be both, but typically if one of these two doesn't coincide with the other, they will typically sacrifice one for the...
Well, yeah. So, she said 75%. I would have to say 90% fault. Rachel Zegler.
Sake of the other. Disney for the past couple of years has been super focused on messaging and agendas, and now they seem to be backtracking on a lot of different stuff so that they can keep making money. But when they were hell-bent on sending messages and pushing agendas and they weren't making any money, well, it was easier just to attack the rest of us for being bigots. Now, in the production of this new agenda vehicle, because that's exactly what this new version of Snow White is, they wouldn't try so hard to push the girl boss angle if they just wanted to remake a beloved classic in a live action format. Disney has far overspent, and it's hard to find accurate numbers for spending for this because it seems like everybody is trying to underreport or overreport, but essentially we already know that by the end of December 2023, Disney had already spent a whopping $269.4 million on this live action Snow White film. That spending alone actually makes it the most expensive live action Disney project of all time. Comparable live action spending includes The Lion King in 2019, which Disney spent a whopping $260 million on, and The Little Mermaid, which production alone cost Disney $250 million, and that's not even including how much they spent trying to market the thing. Now, you might be thinking that, hey, maybe that's not that much money. Disney could totally recoup that, right? Well, in some circumstances, they have. Sure, The Lion King was released in 2019, which makes it a pre-COVID release, but despite the fact that I think making a live-action Lion King is an incredibly stupid f***ing idea, the thing made $1.6 billion worldwide, making it more than enough money to break even and bring in Disney plenty of profit and encouraged them to make yet another live-action Lion King venture, which was just released last week. And sure, comparing releases pre and post-COVID is pretty hard because the demand for the cinema is not exactly what it used to be, but we're also seeing production overspending and movies making way more than they probably should on account of inflation, and despite those facts, the live-action Little Mermaid last year only scored $569 million, which $500 million doesn't sound like something to sneeze at, but the problem there is that Disney spent so much money on production because it kept blowing past different budgets, and it also spent so much money on advertising it that it actually netted in a $5 million loss for the company. So its last big live-action reimagining literally lost them money, and yet they've moved forward. Now, if we look at what Disney has spent on Snow White, which is most likely even more than $270 million, so let's go ahead and round that off at about $300 million. Let's do the math. If they have to spend half of that spending on advertising, which means they would be spending about $150 million on advertising, then that means that Disney spends almost $500 million, $450 million, which means that the movie has to make more than $500 million to break even. A Snow White live-action remake that has been plagued by disastrous controversy. It's not going to happen. Personally, if I were Disney, I would have shelved the f***ing thing like Warner Brothers did with Batgirl and maybe gotten one hell of a tax break. Why has this been such a disaster? Realistically, filming actually only took place for a few months all the way back in 2022. They started shooting in March of 2022, and by July they were already finished. But then came the reshoots. And why did the reshoots happen? Well, we can't know for sure. But the main thing that almost certainly drove that budget were the 7 deadly sins of this movie. That's right, ladies and gents. The dwarves. See, the dwarves originally were supposed to be people of short stature, real people. And then Peter Dinklage came out with the progressive opinion that this was totally wrong and therefore these jobs should be taken away from these people because he didn't like it. So that's exactly what Disney did. And then they brought in 7 diverse magical people of various backgrounds and everybody thought that was stupid. So then Disney said, shit, well, we better make some more dwarves. And then they left off on this absolutely fucking terrifying Lovecraftian eldritch horror stemming from the bowels of my subconscious nightmares. This is fucking terrifying. I'm 24 years old and I'm freaked the out looking at this. You think somebody's gonna want to take their 5-year-old to go watch this shit? That's terrifying. They look like they shouldn't be allowed within 300 yards of a school. They look like if I checked under my bed, I'm more likely to see one of them than the Babadook. They're fucking horrifying. And there's 7 CGI nightmares that Disney essentially had to reshoot I don't know how much of the fucking movie to include them in. So of course the budget went crazy. So Disney's already up Schitt's Creek without a paddle in regards to money. But then we have Rachel Zegler, who attacks the movie whenever she gets a chance. Weird. And most recently, she also wished for the majority of the population who voted to not have peace in their lives. I can't imagine that many people would listen to somebody talk that much shit and still take Lil Sally to go watch the movie on opening weekend. I feel like that's the kind of thing that most people are gonna go, fuck it, and go on and put the original and make some popcorn for the kiddos to enjoy at home. So okay, we have an incredibly overblown budget with the added bonus of terrifying dwarves. We also have a star who I don't think fits the bill and also continuously talks shit on the internet, thus further poisoning the well of this already doomed film. And then, last but not least, the film itself. See, not only is the film already going to be burdened by Gal Gadot's lackluster acting abilities, and I'm sure the comments are gonna come at me about how obviously jealous I am. Yes, she's absolutely beautiful. I'm a lowly plebe. It really doesn't take beauty to understand that I think she delivers wooden performances in every film I've ever seen her in. Therefore, I don't know that she has the acting chops to play the evil queen. So the film is burdened by weak acting abilities. It's also crippled by strange CGI. But the mirror on the wall has let me know that the most egregious error of them all is Disney trying to turn a beloved, romantic, beautiful classic into a modern day remake with a girl boss spin. See, the existence of Disney princesses is not empowerment by any means, and quite frankly, I think continuously trying to tell young ladies, women, little girls, that the only way to be worthwhile is to be somebody seeking power, putting brooms in the hands of the dwarves whose homes you just invaded, and making them clean up after themselves after they've shown you hospitality. Being a woman and giving love and kindness is not a sign of weakness, that is actually a sign of strength. And I know I've brought up this point in other videos before, but one of my favorite quotes of all time was Peter Cullen, the voice of Optimus Prime in Transformers. He said that his inspiration for the character was that you have to be strong enough to be gentle. And I think that that's what Disney is missing here. Instead of continuously pushing the ideas that these Disney princesses have had it wrong all along, that in showing love for a man or animals or wanting to do a kind act and cleaning up for the people that have taken you in, somehow that's wrong and demeaning for a woman to do. And quite frankly, I find it far more demeaning that Disney would take it upon themselves with every film to tell young ladies that the only way you're worth anything as an individual is to seek power and step on the men, women, children, animals, babies, dwarves, and everything else around you. That is the only way to be a woman worth telling stories about. Quite frankly, I think Disney has lost the fucking plot. I think sometimes we need a little whimsy. We need a little kindness, a little love. And sometimes that's exactly what you find in a Disney princess story. Do yourself a favor and go back and watch the original Snow White, and you'll find all those lovely traits mixed with beautiful classic traditional animation, wonderful music, and a story that has a good message at the end, which I can say is far more than this modern day live action retelling will ever have. And that's all from me. I've been Snarky J. Thank you so much for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. For more Snarky J, be sure to check me out.
100% agreement.
That sign right over there?
No.
It says no idiots allowed.
There is no sign over there.
There is a sign.
Oh,
That
I
says
need that
what?
sign.
No idiots allowed.
I'm gonna leave.
No, you're not.
What? Like, you can't just hold me hostage.
Yes,
here.
I can.
For what?
You're gonna get a ticket.
For what?
To
I don't
help pay for the city with the potholes. Your tickets help pay for potholes. And at least there's some good that can come from you being an idiot.
So, you're gonna hold me hostage because you're trying to help out the potholes.
I'm trying to help out the city. I am a good citizen.
By holding me randomly hostage.
Yes.
That is not being a good citizen.
Citizen's arrest.
You can't put me under citizen's arrest.
Yes, I can. Until the police come, I sure can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. And if you move this truck, you're going to hurt me. And if you hurt me, I'm going to sue you. So then you're going to be in a whole world of trouble.
You can't sue me. You're hanging on my car.
I can sue you if I feel like it. What's your name?
You're going to sue me for... I'm not going to tell you my name.
What's your name?
What's your name?
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
Yes.
All right. Wow, that tells me a lot about your mentality and why you would park like an idiot.
Get out of my car.
I am not. No.
I'm going to move.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Get off my car now.
No.
She's close, a little too close. Back the up! Listen, if you parked illegally, don't do that. If you're parking like an idiot, stop doing that. However, let's not hold people hostages. I love it when Karens preach,
Oh, you broke the law.
while also breaking a law. I'm confused here. How is this woman there if there's no idiots allowed? It's like a good one. Good one. I like that. Can I get a no idiots allowed sign? I would love that. How are you not embarrassed? Embarrassed! Never gets old, eh?
Program that the city pays. It is not illegal to yell here. Excuse me, ma'am. You are helped when you are visiting the city. Would you please ask your family to correct it? You have been fired and sued several times. I will now leave your door. You have been asked very loudly about your family's contracts. You do not live off this salary. Goodbye, with the understanding I ask quietly.
Where's my iPad? Where's my iPad? Here. Take the iPad. Here, I'll put on Coco Melon. I'll put Coco Melon on. I'll put Coco Melon. Here, shush, Coco Melon. Lexi, Coco Melon. You love Coco Melon, right? All kids do. I can't. Have I seen that before? God, you guys know better than I do if I've seen something before. It is not illegal to yell. Can't you call that like disturbing the peace or something? I feel like it is illegal to yell like that. Like literally, how are you not embarrassed? How are you not embarrassed screaming like that in a Starbucks with people there? Oh God, oh God. I have social anxiety looking at this. Secondhand embarrassment going off right now. I've been seeing this video on different social media platforms for months and I still don't understand why she's yelling or what she's saying.
You have been asked very loudly about your family's contracts.
Your family's contracts.
You do not live off this salary.
Because they don't live off their Starbucks salary? Why is that such a serious issue? Why do we need to be yelling about it? I don't get it. I love how they're laughing. Honestly, it's this girl's face for me. Like, this girl is all of us. This face, this lovely face right here is like a... Just so amused. You know what she's thinking? You know what she's thinking? Wow, my first Karen. Guys, oh my gosh, I almost forgot to tell you. Oh, I was waiting for this. I was waiting for my next Karen video to tell you. We had a run-in with a Karen when we moved in. Oh my, it was literally our first day. And like, granted, okay, the moving truck was kind of like blocking the laneway a little bit. All right, it was a little thing that comes out so that they can take stuff on and off the truck. You know, all it takes is just, you know, you say, can you move that? And then she can drive through. She fully like got out of her car, like tried to take a picture of the license plate, like threatened to call the police. This is after she came barreling down the laneway, almost hit the guys that were moving my stuff in because she was speeding. And then she got out of her car and started yelling at the movers for, you know, blocking the laneway, which I will, to her credit, give her that. However, I really think all of it could have just been solved with a, hey, could you move that thing? I need to drive. Would have taken a couple of seconds. It wasn't the whole truck. It was just the thing that came out, you know, the like ramp that came out. I live in a neighborhood now. It's hard to find parking, especially for a big moving truck. To her credit, they weren't supposed to have that blocking the laneway. However, why you gotta come in hot like that? We're also not supposed to be speeding in a laneway, Karen. Nice little welcome to the neighborhood, eh? Whoa, whoa, Karen. Whoa, road rage, Karen! Okay, destruction of property.
No way you just did that! Run! No way! No way!
They're just laughing. Oh, she's chasing? They're chasing her.
Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no!
Oh, speed, run away, run away! They're terrified.
It's crazy! No way.
Okay. Oh, this is fun. Oh.
Go that way. Go straight.
Just go the other way. Just go the way that she isn't going. Oh God, is she gonna back up? Oh no, she's chasing you.
She's wild. Stop again. Oh, she is. She's not done.
Look at her. She's not done. Yo, why? Damn, I don't trust this, bro.
Go this way.
Should I go that way?
Yeah.
She's gonna follow us, bro.
But she's gonna have to do a U and all that. We're gonna be.
Adios. Tell her bye.
I hope you got that license plate, bestie. I don't care what happens on the road. There is no excuse for destruction of property. There just isn't. This reminds me of that show Beef. Have y'all seen that? Oh God, it's great. It speaks to my petty soul. What really could have happened before that video started recording to warrant that kind of reaction? Maybe y'all did something, but still, you picked the wrong Karen on the right day.
Karen can't stand people having a good time, so she starts a water war.
I thought you were joking, like doing them as a joke.
Oh, hell no. Not up there, you don't.
These are our plants. We can worry about them. No, because
you know, you came over our stuff. Just don't spray us.
we have babies over here.
Oh, she's still spraying. So unbothered.
You feeling better? Does that make you happy?
Who is this weirdo?
She's just got her AirPods in. Wow.
What's the problem? Stop. We have a child over here. We do this every night. You can wait until we're done.
Wait, Hopper.
Good point. Whoa, just right in the face, eh? Is he a grasshopper?
Your mother must not be home.
He doesn't look like a grasshopper to me. Oh dear. Buy a high pressure hose and blast her. Whoa, 2 meters! 2 meters!
That's
6 feet!
Where?
I'm trying to help you, but nah, don't do this.
Where? What
Don't do
hurts?
this. Nah, don't do this. I don't know.
That is my point. My point is you don't give a That's fine. I don't give a That's fine. I don't give it. Get out of the store now.
Oh God, she remains and she remains. Oh God, does she need the iPad too? Here, there you go.
It's a great day on Cocomelon Lane.
That's all better now, right? No need for a tantrum. I thought only 2-year-olds had tantrums in grocery stores, but I stand corrected.
This is the first time I met a Filipino Karen.
Karens come in all shapes and sizes from all over the world,
I
honey.
have the right. I was taken to the Charles Hospital. Okay? I have a tummy ache. I got stomach flu. Okay, come on, and then you can pay. Then why did you sit here?
Yeah, why are you there if you're sick?
Fucking shit. She has a
Fucking.
well. You are here. You not here. I always eat Max restaurant.
No, why did you eat there?
I'm from Suri. I don't want. I will tell all the Filipinos. This is a sinigang. Can you give me a plastic? I need to vomit. I have stomach flu.
Oh, what?
I was in the hospital.
Wait, so what?
Oh, I feel like.
Okay, but why is she in a restaurant right now if she has the stomach flu? Go home! Go home! We do not go out in public if we are sick. If there's one thing that Corona has taught us, it is stay home. Stay home when you are sick. Don't be going outside spreading it around unless, of course, you are not.
Yeah. All these people. How are you doing? Yada yada. How are you doing? Follow back. Most of these are probably bots or something. I really don't care. Oh, wait, hold on. Back to note. I don't really care for these. Let's go down to the shorts. We'll do this one. We're gonna go with cat videos now.
Did you want to give me a kiss? Can I have a kiss? Would you like to give me a kiss? You're so nice.
And like his mannerisms, the way he looks, like I can just tell he supports Biden.
Do you think that this guy is a Democrat or a Republican?
He looks like a faggot.
Why?
Just the way he is acting and like his mannerisms, the way he looks, like I can just tell he supports Biden.
Oh my god. Wow. What does wow. I don't even know. What? The guy was focusing on the two women and not paying attention to the guy that's choking to death over here. Actually, that gets a repost too. I've seen this one. That one, I don't know what's going on there. Don't care. Don't care. What? Talking to. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Hell yeah, beat that fucker's ass. Like the woman's like, whoa, whoa, hold on. Yeah, that guy deserved to get his ass beat. I don't know. Okay.
His first day of school, it's his choice of backpack. Our little boy is starting reception in September. He has picked his own school bag.
I told you not to get the pink bag.
It's what he wants to have.
I don't care what he wants to have. You should have gotten the football bag like I told you.
It's his first day of school, it's his choice of backpack.
He's going to get bullied.
He's not going to get bullied, he's 4 years old.
You know how mean 4-year-old people are these days, right? He's going to get bullied. And you know what? You're going to have to deal with it. I told you not to get that bag for him.
He can have whatever he wants. We need to encourage him.
No, he can have the football bag. That's what I'm going to get him. You need to take that back and we'll get the football bag for him.
He's picked this bag. He's going to have this bag. He's his own person.
He's 4 years old. He doesn't know what he wants. He's having the football bag. He's not having the pink bag. I don't care what we say. I don't care what he says. He's not having that bag. All right? And if he gets bullied, it's your fault. I'm not dealing with any of these teachers. You deal with it. All right? I've had enough. I'm going.
Yep, 100 agreement with the father on that.
Hey, you're getting posted.
Please stop.
She's caught.
Please.
You're caught. Oh. Hey, you're getting posted. I will never trust bitches again. I swear to God. Go ahead. She's sick. Hey, I'm stuck in this car though. She gotta take me home, but damn, I would never trust bitches again. On Jesus Christ.
Can you please stop?
She's caught.
Please.
You're caught. Oh. Hey.
See, this is the problem with today's society. Everybody is filming and whatnot, and yeah, they get caught. You know why they get caught? Because somebody else posted her. It was probably one of her friends, too. Think about that. Her own friend posted about her.
Walter, do you know that you have a neck beard? That is a wild neck beard. Can I see it from the side? Yeah. It looks like the top of a vampire cape, except it's attached to your face. Walter, do you know that you have a neck beard?
Okay, we'll share it. As you can see, I'm just going through randomly posting stuff. What the? I'm not bothering. We'll just repost that. Yeah. I don't know what that's. Are they on? They're on ships. Okay. No. No. Don't care. I don't care. Let me.
What are we doing here, guys? It's pretty good proof to me. Oh, yeah, hey, I'm video recording you, buddy. Video recording you, and you got prison time, not me. Hey, Charlene, all I'm going to say is, are you coming with me, or are you staying with this guy? Pick or choose right now. And because, you know what? We've screwed the last 2 nights. She sucked my... and professed to me that she's gonna loves me and wants to be with me forever. And I have it on audio, actually. I'll send you the file just so you believe me. And she swore... You know what she said to me last night? She said, I swear on my kids' lives, Ryan, that I'm not doing anything with Stefan anymore because it was always only about his daughter, and now that that's done, we're done. But clearly that's not the case, is it, Charlene?
Yeah, a lot of people. What's this? Okay, whatever. Oh my god. I would be too terrified to even let my kid on the road. But so far, so good.
Fecha bem a porta do carro do papai.
Okay, yeah, that was funny. Okay, we'll repost that one too. A kid flying off. Oh, comedian. Warning. I get offended.
Juice come out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's crush this. I need to find something else to watch. Okay, let's see what this. It looks
Everyone's
hilarious.
here. Nice to see you guys.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Surprised the local morgue let you borrow their lighting for this.
Hi, Elon, sir. Hi, Guillermo. Who's that?
But
hey, what are you trying to say? I didn't pronounce your name right? No, mister. Well, let's move forward, yeah. So, I'd like to take the lead and host this Zoom meeting, if that's all right with all of you.
now, a lesser man would fight with you right now and say, no, you're on my show. But I've been a host long enough to know that the host actually does most of the work. So you go right ahead, buddy.
Okay. Well, recently I was asked if I wanted to purchase ABC. I thought it'd be a good idea, so then I could cancel The View.
Really?
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wasn't asking, so
Obviously.
I was thinking. The idea of owning ABC, it's cool, but I want more. What would you say if I tell you I want to purchase all your companies?
You're joking, right?
No, sir.
Why?
Let me ask, do y'all want to help your shows to improve?
Yeah.
Yes, I would love to do that.
Yeah, I want that for all of you too.
I don't know, maybe that's some kind of a starting point where we can come together. Probably not, but maybe.
Yes, well, if I own your shows, I can definitely improve them.
Oh, that's so kind of you. And then, no, on certain terms, you may not do that.
You sure about
I'm definitely posting that one. This one is hilarious.
this, Steve?
Yeah, huh?
Do you all feel this way?
So that's not something we're looking forward to.
Well, I've already made an offer to purchase all of your companies.
What?
Yeah, so in fact, they accepted my offer.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
come on. Unbelievable.
So, you can all officially start calling me boss.
you know, they say things happen for a reason, and I don't know that I believe that.
Yes, best believe that. You know why?
I don't, but I do actually have a bottle of gin in my desk.
You're gonna need that really soon.
Is that a bad sign?
So, I need to know, why can't your late night shows stick to comedy like Johnny Carson used to, instead of focusing on taking political sides?
Johnny Carson was great, absolutely great, but I don't know that what he did would work now. I don't think it would. I think it would be, you'd be ignoring the elephant in the room, and that's not something you could do when you host a late night show.
Okay, Seth, you agree with this?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
If that's the case, Seth, you are excused. You gotta leave. That means you're fired. Don't you get it? Mm? Yeah.
I just don't think that's nice.
Steven, you want to go next?
I apologize.
You know, Steven, I liked your previous show when it was just satire.
I'm sorry.
Why'd you ruin it?
I don't know.
Come on, Steven. Just speak from your heart.
I'm not being fair to you, and I apologize.
That was really nice, but I'm gonna still have to let you go. Enjoy the unemployment line. No, Guillermo, it looks like you just received my gift. Oh, hey! How do you like that? Nice! Thank you, Mr. Mas. Glad you like it. Hey, Kimmel, your gift is almost here.
Great to see you here today.
What is this?
Oh my God. If you bump a man long enough, a night will come when he bumps you back.
Oh, goodbye, boss. Matt, you ready for this?
I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Okay, should I tell him?
Tell me what?
That you're fired. Are you glad glad that Matt is here for this. Ah!
That's worse. That's actually worse.
All right, Jimmy, time to go. See ya. All right, Jimmy, time to get lost. Ah!
Right.
All right, now time to bring in the replacements. Welcome back, the OGs. Hi. Go on in. Back up a little bit. No one wants to see your crusty forehead. And Craig, we're so happy to have you return.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Now, Giga Boy, since Daddy is home, we don't need to listen to your fake laughs anymore. You is fired. Ah! All right, let me know who you want me to fire next. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Mr. Musk, what do you want me to do?
Go to the border and tell your friends to go home.
Whatever you say, boss.
What the fuck did I just watch? Hold on.
All right, your next witness.
I didn't know we were starting yet. Wait, almost got it. Perfect spot.
Okay, could you please state your full name?
Yeah, I am Jason Momoa.
Mr. Momoa. So how do you know Amber?
We work together on Aquaman.
So you work together as actors, right?
No, as janitors.
Mr. Momoa, you have to take this serious. He's not a janitor, he's actually Aquaman. Would you say you felt safe around Amber on the set?
Sure, I guess.
So there was not even one incident?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Why? What happened?
Well, Amber and I were in the pool recording a scene, and it was just the two of us. And she pointed at the water and said, "Look at that beautiful brown fish."
So what seems to be the issue? I'm not following.
That wasn't a brown fish.
I don't understand. What was it?
Well, it was, shall I say, Amber's turn.
Mr. Momoa, how do you even know what that was?
God.
Did you?
It was a swimming pool. That's what they're getting at there. And then she's like, look at that beautiful brown fish. Yeah. Well, that was this. Oh, yeah, we'll follow you. Anime characters. Follow them. Notifications. Alright, yeah. Refresh that. Okay, so this is what I've been doing lately. I've just been going on my social media and YouTube. I mean, it's funny. Come on, I gotta find something. What should I look up, folks? Oh, opening tab.
All right, so as always, we're going to follow the 4 firearm safety rules out here at the range. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to assume that every weapon is loaded. We are going to keep our finger off the trigger until we are ready to fire. We're going to be aware of our target's foreground and background, and we're not going to aim the weapon at anything we're not willing to destroy.
That is definitely a Shaw. Definitely. Okay, that's gonna forward that one. I don't even care. This. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, well, definitely repost that. Nope. I, I, uh, Ow! What's this?
Hi again. I delivered food here yesterday from Chipotle, and you put down that I didn't deliver it to you because I just got fired from my job. Yeah, it was.
Wow. We'll go back to this. It's much better.
So freaking cool.
It's a little more. It's a little more, that's for sure.
It's so cool, though.
All right, so as always, we're going to...
Nice. All right, what else? No. Uh. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not getting into controversy with this shit. I gotta find something else to watch. Any suggestions, people? Any suggestions at all? This guy's pretty funny. Hold on, let's see what they have to say.
In an interview this week, President Joe Biden could not name a single thing he regrets from his entire presidency. And before I show you this clip, I just want to reiterate that I said President Joe Biden because he is currently the president of the United States. All right, here it is.
As you prepare to leave the White House, any other regrets that you have? Anything you wish you would have done differently?
Well, I guess if I thought a lot about it, it'd be something I've done specifically done, but not generically.
That's kind of refreshing. A president who admits he doesn't think a lot. Look, I know this is Joe Biden we're talking about, but you do think he would maybe be able to come up with at least one thing. It could have been a big thing, like the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan in a disgusting attempt to try to score political points. It also could have been something smaller, like claiming his uncle was eaten by cannibals. Or not installing an escalator on Air Force One.
Oh, these jokes are awesome. Yeah, we'll go ahead and post that one. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Oh, this one's hilarious. I love this one. I don't know what's going on here.
Five and 6, blue 1, and da 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 da. But let's get to the main course here. Trisodium phosphate. See that right there? We're about to go to Home Depot right now, and I'm gonna show you what they're really doing, guys. Let's put this back right, because they got nothing to do with that. Because I really want to rip it apart and throw it all over the trash. They're doing it, guys. I'm about to come back here. I'm gonna show you at a Home Depot right now. We're on our way to Home Depot right now. We're going to Home Depot right now. We're pulling up right here right now. We're pulling up right here right now. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Look at that. Motherfuckers. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you what the fuck they doing. I'm about to show you. Shit up, guys. Look at it. They don't even have the hardcore version. This one is phosphate free. Heavy duty cleaner. It's a paint remover. Or one of those things that you put on the floor to clean. Look at that. Clean surfaces in preparation and everything. Can't make this shit up, guys. That's what they got in the Lucky Charms, and it's not like anybody ever felt ill from it.
Or that thing where he kept trying to shake hands with invisible people. Or whatever this was. Or how about this?
The group included groundbreaking Asian Americans like Vera Wang and Joan Shengang, Shanga Koawa. I think I pronounced it correctly. She can call me Joe Biden.
Yeah, Joe Biden. Just don't call him Joe Biden late for dinner. But back to this week's interview. The closest he came to admitting he did anything wrong was to say that he should have been better at talking about how he was helping the economy and how what he was doing was just going to take a while.
I think the one thing that I should have spent more time talking about is these things are going to take time to be put in place. I think the failure to connect between what was happening to the economy as a whole and what's going to happen to the middle-class Americans as a consequence of what we've done is going to take a little bit of time.
As a consequence?
He also dropped this doozy.
So there's a lot of things we
Okay, I'm done with this already. I've seen Tyrus, and usually they're funnier. Yeah. So, as you can see, I've just run out of stuff to watch. Oh God. It didn't take long at all. Not at all. Hey, someone send me a suggestion because I am. Oh, I don't want the court stuff or criminal stuff. No, I don't even care right now about that.
This is the Honda Monkey. No, down here. This is the Honda Monkey. And no, this is not the one that you're familiar with. This is the one that we never got in America. It's also one of the coolest bikes of all time, and I'm gonna tell you guys why everyone needs one of these bikes. However, it's not easy to get. I had to import this thing from Japan just to tell you guys all about it. For you to really understand the Monkey, you have to go back a couple years. You have to go back to 1961, when Honda decided that they were gonna build a motorsports amusement park called Motorsports Land. Kind of like Pastrana Land, but with less blood, hopefully less blood. And it's a place where families can go together, have fun, learn how to ride motorized vehicles, get trained in stuff, and just all around just have a lot of fun.
Okay, done. Not interested. Yes, let's refresh. Open a new tab.
Gretel, this feels like a classic case of if it's too good to be true.
Hansel, your suspicion is so... This is obviously communal sharing.
Welcome, children. Feel free to partake in my sustainably sourced treats. Gretel, remember what Dad said about strangers and candy.
Hansel just fears powerful women who give freely. Classic patriarchal programming.
Oh dear, well, how perceptive. Please come in my house and eat. This doesn't feel right.
And that's why the solution is intersectional feminism.
Exactly, dear. And here in my house, all are equal. No gender roles, no stereotypes, just candy. Gretel, look at this. Doesn't this worry you?
Hansel, you're projecting your insecurities again. Typical white fragility.
You understand the struggle, my child. Now, why don't you help me bake some equity cookies? Gretel, we should go now.
Look, the White Savior Act is starting. Does he even realize how this looks?
Oh, yes, how embarrassing. Anywho, right this way to my oven child. This oven makes such hot, juicy cookies.
Yum!
Gretel, run for your life! Oh, you little brats! You get back here! Oh, you're still here?
I'm so sorry for Hansel's actions and for the broader violence inflicted by white men. It's not just about him. It's a pattern that needs to change.
You know, you have no idea how stupid you really are, do you? You're so stupid!
You live your truth, girl. You're so brave. Hansel's the one who's really trapped, unable to accept change. It's his fault I'm in here, really. stupid Hansel.
I am not a woman! I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing!
Wait! Save me, Hansel! It hurts!
I really tried, guys. I really did. Please remember to like and subscribe.
Oh, that's getting posted. That is hilarious as hell. Oh, that is just nasty. That's definitely a repost. Yeah. That was hilarious. No, no, no. Um. No. I love the fired ones because they're hilarious. Um. Yeah. Let's see. I don't want any. Oh, not today. No. George Outdoors. Yeah, we'll go to this one. Check it out. Ah. These two I haven't seen yet. Okay, so I was thinking about it. I'm not gonna go watch these because they're quiet. They have some music that people make a living off it. Riley Nate is a good one. Homesteading stuff. The heck? I know I already deleted her several times. Yeah, there's no one really to look up. Uh, yeah, there's no one in my ooh, trending. Go list. Go to trending. See what's trending. I'm actually looking for something good. None of these look good. Like, I'm not gonna click. Don't even look good. How are these? Is that a game? Huh. Doesn't look that good. Oh, this. No, not music. Check this one out. Never mind, those are just actual movies of go home. Someday. Yeah, I'm done with this for now, I guess. I am so tired of this bull crap you always come across on these. I mean, they're all legit.
Disney's Snow White remake has ignited a firestorm of controversy with widespread backlash mounting over multiple creative decisions. The film's reimagined characters, including the Seven Dwarfs, have raised concerns for many, with figures like Jason Acuna Wee-Man calling out the studio for its treatment of dwarfism. Meanwhile, Disney's CEO Bob Iger is reportedly scrambling to maintain control as leaks reveal emergency meetings and major changes behind the scenes. Amidst these challenges, Rachel Zegler's defense of the film has drawn even more heat. Could her efforts to salvage the project ultimately sink it? Let's break down the latest fallout from this contentious remake and what it means for Disney's future. Disney's Snow White remake continues to make headlines, but not for the reasons the studio hoped. One of the loudest voices in the backlash has come from Jason Acuna Wee-Man, who has publicly criticized the reworked portrayal of the Seven Dwarfs in the film. His concerns about Disney's handling of dwarfism in this reimagined version have sparked heated debate, and the controversy is only growing as more details about the project's behind-the-scenes struggles emerge. This controversy has been making waves online, but today we're going to unravel the core of the issues plaguing this project and take a closer look at the fallout from a recent emergency meeting that involved Disney's board CEO Bob Iger and a newly appointed marketing team that's already being tasked with damage control. Now let's delve into what's truly happening with the Snow White remake. Actress Rachel Zegler, who stars as the titular character, has been vocal about defending both herself and the film. She's taken on critics head-on, pushing back against the tidal wave of negativity surrounding the project. Yet her attempts to set the record straight haven't exactly calmed the waters, as backlash continues to mount. Rachel Zegler, who stars as Snow White, has become the focal point of the controversy, but she's not the only one affected. Co-star Gal Gadot, who plays the evil queen, is also facing the fallout from the film's growing backlash. While both actresses have defended the project, many are questioning whether their association with the film will have lasting effects on their careers, especially as the controversy shows no signs of letting up. Behind closed doors, Disney's leadership is scrambling to address the growing controversy over the Seven Dwarfs portrayal. With CEO Bob Iger at the helm, the company is facing mounting pressure as backlash intensifies. From emergency meetings to strategy shifts, Disney's leadership is struggling to keep the Snow White remake on track, and the stakes have never been higher. Adding to the pressure, Bob Iger's extended contract has raised concerns among Disney insiders. Though the contract runs until 2026, rumors suggest that Iger's job could be in jeopardy if major projects continue to falter. With the Snow White remake facing widespread criticism, the clock is ticking for Iger to turn things around before Disney's future is thrown into uncertainty. The emergency meetings have already led to drastic actions. Disney recently made significant changes behind the scenes, including the dismissal of several members of the marketing team responsible for Snow White. The trailer company hired to produce the film's official trailer was also let go, a sign of just how seriously Disney is taking the backlash. In the latest meeting, the board and Iger reportedly decided to scale back the use of the reimagined Seven Dwarfs in promotional materials. This includes cutting down their presence in posters and other visual marketing for the 2024 release. The decision was made at the last minute, signaling how reactive the company has become in its attempts to mitigate public criticism. Another strategic move involves minimizing the role of the Seven Dwarfs in TV spots for the film. While Disney isn't making any changes to their controversial designs, the plan is to reduce their visibility in marketing campaigns. This tactic is meant to diffuse some of the outrage while maintaining the current creative direction for the characters, which stays true to the updated concept rather than reverting to their iconic appearances from the original 1937 classic. These behind-the-scenes developments paint a picture of a company scrambling to contain a PR nightmare. Despite their efforts, it's unclear whether these measures will be enough to pacify critics and salvage the film's reputation before its release. One of the most controversial aspects of the Snow White remake has been the reimagined Hi-Ho song. Originally intended to be a modern, pop-inspired rendition, the song has received such negative feedback that Disney is now contemplating scrapping it entirely. This reflects the company's intense focus on public opinion and their ongoing struggle to salvage the film's reputation before its release. For those unfamiliar, the updated Hi-Ho song was meant to be a contemporary rework, complete with fresh lyrics and a pop vibe. However, it seems that internal reviews and likely leaked feedback have labeled it a disaster. The plan now is to completely erase the song from the final film and re-record it with a new approach, but this raises a critical challenge with the ongoing writer's strike and SAG-AFTRA strike. Disney is running out of time. The March 2024 release date looms large, and whether they can deliver a polished replacement song in time is uncertain. To give some context about how dire this situation is, comparisons have been drawn to The Little Mermaid's infamous rap-inspired song The Scuttlebutt. If you haven't heard it, it's widely regarded as a low point in Disney's musical history, cringeworthy and hard to endure from start to finish. Now imagine something reportedly worse than that. That's the reputation the new Hi-Ho song has already earned internally. Not only was the song itself criticized for its pop sensibility, but it also included new lyrics performed by the reimagined Seven Dwarfs, or as they're now being called, the Seven Magical Creatures. The feedback was so overwhelmingly negative that Disney decided it was best to eliminate it altogether, demonstrating how desperate they are to avoid further backlash.
Okay. Open a new tab. We're gonna search new Hi-Ho song. Okay, I think this might be it. Let's open it in a new tab. Check it out, because this is the first time I heard about it.
dig in our mind the whole day through. To dig is what we like to do. It ain't no trick to get rich quick if you dig with a shovel or a pick. In a mine, where a million diamonds shine. We dig from early morn till night. We dig up everything in sight. We dig up diamonds by the score.
Okay, I'm done with that. It was horrible. Yeah. I mean, Yeah. Yeah, we're done looking for that one.
But that's not all. The meeting also highlighted how Disney plans to handle questions about the seven dwarfs or magical creatures during promotional interviews. The actors portraying these characters will reportedly be provided with carefully crafted, pre-approved responses to address any controversies. This approach aims to deflect criticism and maintain a unified narrative in press interactions, ensuring the controversy doesn't spiral further. All of these developments show the immense pressure Disney is under to salvage Snow White amid mounting criticism. The studio seems to be walking on eggshells, hoping to prevent this project from becoming an even bigger PR disaster. Disney is taking extraordinary measures to prepare the actors portraying the seven magical creatures for the inevitable backlash they'll face during promotional events. Whether it's the premiere or a late-night talk show appearance, these actors are reportedly undergoing a pre-planned PR training course. The idea is to coach them on how to tactfully address questions about the changes made to the classic Seven Dwarfs characters. Essentially, this is Disney's attempt at damage control, ensuring the controversy is contained through carefully rehearsed responses. From an outsider's perspective, this entire situation seems both embarrassing and a bit desperate. Disney's efforts to minimize the visibility of the seven magical creatures have extended far beyond PR coaching. The marketing strategy itself has shifted, with posters, TV spots, and even promotional materials like theater standees being redesigned to reduce or completely omit the characters. This speaks volumes about Disney's lack of confidence in this creative direction. The controversy surrounding Snow White has been fueled by critics like Jason Acuna Weeman, who has publicly condemned Disney's handling of the situation. Acuna, a prominent advocate for the dwarfism community, argues that Disney's choices send a damaging message to individuals with dwarfism, discouraging their representation in the entertainment industry. By removing traditional dwarf characters from Snow White, Disney appears to be closing off an avenue of representation and opportunity for actors with dwarfism. In his own words, Acuna pointed out that this decision essentially tells people in his community, you can't have a career in this industry. It's a harsh...
Okay, yeah, we're done with this. Seriously, we're done. I've been on YouTube all day, so we're gonna end here. I'm going to actually play a video game now. Yeah, I'm done with this. I was just trying to get into the controversy stuff, but nobody's coming in to even chat with me about it. So we're gonna swap out and get into actual games right now. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get into actual games. We're gonna end this stream, and I'm gonna start off with a new in a few minutes because I got to set everything up for it. I got to turn on the game, set it up properly, and get it to work. So that's what we're gonna do